Somebody clicked on it. Try it now. Hey, to all my beauties in the budget, beauties in the budget, beauties on the budget. You better rush over here. Somebody over here. Somebody knocking at the door. Oh, I will. We got two people knocking at the door. Girl, y'all better come over here and stop late. Listen, I'm in this one because they here. Hold on, let me get my people over here. We got two people already at the door. Y'all don't get over here. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to let you in now. I done got super excited. You here? Okay, here we go. I done got super excited and can't even get y'all up.
Why are you excited?
Did it work? Y'all better come over here. Hey, how you doing? Somebody else knocking at the door.
What's up?
Hey, friend.
How you doing?
Hey.
I'm fine. I like
Listen, I'm
hey,
in
Kevin.
it.
I like Kevin's voice.
She thought I was joking, wasn't she?
Oh, we got people over here. If y'all don't hit that link and come over because we already over here getting it cracking. We getting it cracking, right? We getting it cracking. See y'all.
What's the topic for tonight?
I have no idea.
What?
Don't
How
mind
do
me. I got here, but I had already wrapped it up. I wasn't finna take it down.
Oh no,
Oh,
don't
she got
explain yourself. I told you I'm looking bummy.
Oh, who is this? Say your name.
Kevin.
I know you say you Kevin, but what was your name over there?
Oh, Hickey.
77-ish or Icky?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How you doing? Axel, you gotta come up here and ask all these questions you have for him, girl. How you feel, Nina?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Okay, let me drop
Ask
the
all
link
these
over here. Drop
questions.
the link again, girl. Right there. Ma'am, can you turn off your camera while you smoke? Thank
Is
you.
that against the law? It's a cigarette.
YouTube that
Thank you.
bad?
YouTube
Yeah.
be doing that? Man.
They be like, you can't do it.
Okay, I'm
You
gonna turn
can't
my
do it.
camera off.
Okay, let me see.
I don't want to get your live shut down. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
What's the topic for tonight? What we talking about?
Okay, so you know how they be always saying traditional and then modern women. Okay, my thing is I want to know what does 50-50 look like to you? Because most people that's getting in a relationship want 50-50 relationship. Right. But we never say what a 50-50 relationship actually look like. So we're gonna talk about what does 50-50 mean to you. What does it look like? Okay, somebody knocking at the door. Oh.
Hey B,
That's a fair question.
You say what now?
I said that's a fair question. Y'all
Okay.
gonna have to explain the female perspective because I want to understand this.
Exactly. You like that question? You like that question? That was good.
That's a good question, but it's so many different levels to it because 50-50 will be determined by people's finances. And I
But
think,
that's why I said, what does it look like to you?
Not
well,
just
Because
finances.
it's gonna look different for everybody. But I think we still gonna have a little bit of common ground to what we think it should look like.
yeah, I think it depends on who the partner is and their finances because some people don't do 50-50. And traditionally, men used to pay rent and pay all the bills, but that's not the case anymore, right? So it will
Right.
go on some people, somebody might take the rent, somebody might take the utilities and the insurances. I think it just depends on, what you sign up for and what you agree to. I don't think it's no such thing as 50-50, 100%, because somebody is going to end up paying more than the other or a little less than the other,
Right.
however you look at it.
What context are we talking? Like U.S. context, Europe, Asia? What?
I only live in the US.
Because
Yeah,
it's different. It's different everywhere you go.
yeah. So we're gonna speak on the U.S. terms. So U.S. dollars, U.S. terms. Um,
Uh,
yeah. So since we only have one man up here, we're gonna start with you. What does 50-50 look like to you?
Even across the board, it doesn't have to be necessarily money, but provide like an equal exchange or make up in like the areas I may lack in or the things that I don't see or don't do. That's what as a man you kind of look for in a partner. Like, hey, what are my like shortcomings per se, or how can this woman help me out? Like what areas can she help contribute to my goals, if that makes sense, and vice versa also. Because I know there's a misconception that, hey, like some guys may seem selfish. That's not how all guys are raised, to be honest. It's just like, hey, help me build some like something and stay stable with me. Don't challenge me or go against me when we got a common goal, if that makes sense.
it makes perfect sense. You
No,
want
what you think definitely makes sense. That's why I was like, what's the context? Because 50-50 is a lot of things to a lot of people. I went to finances because that's what I thought she was talking about.
Yeah, I'm with you on the finance. Like one thing I can't stand, this is something I experienced in Georgia, is
Mhm.
I don't know what's the mindset with my generation or the current generation, but I went out and I met these girls. We were just talking, just like kicking it. And then the girl and her three friends, she was like, well, if you want to continue talking with me, you're going to have to buy me and my three friends meals.
What?
Like, I don't know you from a can of paint. I just met you. Where does that audacity come from? Like from a woman's standpoint? Because I'm
I don't know.
curious about that.
I would never
Like,
say that. Wouldn't,
like,
and I know Janita wouldn't either, or Miss
like
Beauty.
it happens with these younger girls, like my age or younger. It's just expected. Like the entitlement is outrageous. I don't know where the fuck that comes from. Are we allowed to curse? My bad.
Yeah, you. Well, I say don't curse, but you can curse if you like to. If that's what you just like to do, do you like to curse?
I'll keep it at a minimum. I can articulate
Okay.
myself.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
But that's something I would like to understand from a woman's standpoint. Like, is that something that's taught or just expected? Like, the man has to do this, the man have to do that, even if you don't know them. Because I'm not gonna walk up to a stranger and be like, "Hey, pay my meal, buy my clothes, or do this for me."
Hmm.
I don't know. I wasn't raised that way.
Me either. Right. Oh, is
yeah.
that what you were saying? We wasn't raised. Yeah. Can't speak on that. Right. Because unless we in a relationship like that, I don't even really want to ask you. And even in a relationship, then I really don't even want to ask you to do things for me. So when we are in a relationship, I think that's expected that you want to do things anyway. I don't even think that's the time I should or have to ask you to do them. So no, I'm not thinking women just out here like, you gonna pay my bills, right?
Oh, they're out here. Like, I'll be the first one to tell you that.
Oh, I
Personal
What?
believe it.
experience, and like it's outrageous. And
Crazy.
it's more so in the US, but even outside the US, it's starting to pick up, and it's a shame.
Oh, that's bold though. Like, I guess they feel like they getting the even transaction, right? So they give you access to them, and you're supposed to pay for it.
Or maybe it's a
So
survival technique for them because he said her and her friends. I was taught when I first started going outside away from my mama to always have money on me no matter what. Now, if you
Right.
offer to do something, that's fine. But my mother raised me to make sure you have some money in your purse before you leave the house.
'cause this is my thing. Y'all gonna hate me for this, but for her and three of her friends, like if I was raised like if I'm interested in you, I'm just gonna do it out of kindness, basically, because I'm interested.
Right.
Not to
That's
be
what I'm saying.
expected, not to be expected, but if I really like you, like, hey, I got this. It's not a big deal. But where
Right.
do you get the audacity to ask for me to pay for you and 3 of your friends and expect me not to ask anything? Like, will I be wrong if I say, hey, let me tap all 3 of y'all?
I mean, I think you should. I think, and then that knock that out, right? Like, so you gonna pay for you and my homegirl? Like, what I'm gonna get at the end of the night from y'all? What? This
That's
ain't
all
even
I'm
that kind of
asking. Like,
party, right?
make
Yeah,
it a
that's one
fair and
way to
equal
run them off.
exchange. I got to get something out of it.
That's one way to run them off.
Yeah, and then I'm the asshole for saying that. I'm just being real, but the fair is fair. You know, YouTube gonna hate me for saying this. They're like, who the hell is this mother?
I don't think so because I think that was more of a survival thing. They came with no money
Yeah, but
and they thought they had one or they was gonna keep trying till they found one.
here's the funny thing about it. Like when we were having a conversation, we talked about like 30, 45 minutes at first before she said that. She was bragging like how she was in nursing school. She was gonna make so much money. And I'm just laughing in the back of my head. I'm like, look, I'm going through nursing school. I already know what to be expected of your career. So everything you saying, I'm like, I know how much money you're gonna make. I know how much debt you're gonna be in at the end of it.
Gee,
So you ain't fooling nobody.
it's about
So
$40,000 worth.
yeah. So I'm like, I'm adding this all up while she's sitting here bragging, oh, I'm gonna get the bag, this, that. I'm like, all right, cool. You bragging you're gonna get the bag? What was that?
It's crazy. That was some scammer activity there.
Well, it's to be expected. It was Atlanta. So
I think that's a bit much. First of all, for her to ask for herself and then she then even included other people, she don't know you. Y'all not even in a relationship for her to feel obligated to you, let alone you to feel obligated to her and her friends. Um, and this all over a meal. You say a meal?
and I'll put it in perspective, like to be fair, it was weird to me. And like I said, this was just Atlanta. So I don't want to make it seem like it's everybody across the US.
It probably is.
But my experience, like when I went to Italy, my cousin got married. I was introduced to one of his wife's friend, and I like her. I was like, oh, she's pretty. Like I just want to get to know her. I talked to her, and I was like, hey, I'm new to Italy. Can you show me around? She was more than happy to show me like her hometown and like spots to go to. And then I was like, hey, we have fun hanging out. Let me at least pay for your meal or something because you did something for me. You showed me Italy, which is a new
Right.
experience for me. So I was like, you know what? The lunch is on me. Don't even worry about it. She was like, no, I can pay for my own meals. I said, let me do this out of kindness. That's my way of saying thank you. But in the US, it's different. It's like, hey, I expect you to do this, take me to this restaurant, take me to that. I'm like, can you tell me your name first before you jump with all these like
Wow.
expectations? It's insane. Hold on, let me grab my charger real quick.
Okay. Yeah, you go grab your charger because don't you go nowhere. This
I
is
ain't. It's
different.
Friday. I'm bored.
Okay.
All right,
And
I'm
you say
good.
you 6'5". Everybody in the back, he say he's 6'5". Did you say he's 6'5"?
Yeah,
Okay,
you
stand
don't
up.
believe-
Come on now. Yeah, I'm a,
Wow.
wow.
Cleveland. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Maybe okay. Maybe your ceiling's low.
Nah, standard U.S. ceiling is 10 foot.
Okay.
I was a fire
Go
inspector
ahead
man,
though.
and
I
building code
just
manager. You ain't gonna get past me
absolutely.
with
Did
that.
you see him touch the ceiling, girl? He said he's girl.
He's 6'5", got a deep voice. In nursing
And,
school.
and a little sense.
Okay.
hmm
And he's well
Okay, go
traveled.
ahead.
I ain't
Okay.
gotta lie about my shit. I'm a grown man. I'm too old to play games.
You say you was 30-ish. What was the 30-ish number?
33.
Okay. Okay. You're a little younger then.
Younger than who? Don't be telling people age on here.
I'm speaking
See,
for
I think
me.
that's unfair. See, I didn't ask y'all age out of like
Okay,
kindness
I'm
because I was
35.
raised right, but at the same time, y'all asking me for my personal information.
I'm
It's a
I,
little bit of
listen,
unfairness there.
I am a beautiful, gorgeous, vivacious 35-year old.
See, just be honest, like that.
35,
It's that simple.
35
She said
year
she's
old.
35.
You don't even gotta say years. Just say I'm 35 wise, or that's how much knowledge I got.
No,
35 chapters
no,
worth of
no, no.
knowledge.
Let me go back. I said I was a beautiful. Okay. Don't try to change what I said. I know what I said.
See, y'all cool so far. It's a good conversation.
I know exactly what I said, how I said it, when I said it, why I said it. Go ahead, though.
I got a question for y'all. When y'all look for men, like, let me say this right. The age you are now versus when you were younger, what are some differences that you changed when it comes for looking at a partner? Because when we're young and dumb, we look at the physical appearance. We don't really observe a person's personality, their wisdom, or how they make decisions. Now that you're in your 30s, what changed? What are some things you look for?
They gotta have a job.
Mhm.
B knows what my ex is like, so they can't do
I know
drugs.
Anything else?
somebody knocking at the door. Oh. When somebody knock at the door, y'all, I'm expecting everybody to dance like, oh, 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 you know.
No.
When I'm
Dance,
done with
y'all
my
gotta dance
cigarette,
it up.
there's the young boy.
Ain't nobody got to dance when I come in. I'm dancing on my own when I come in.
What up, bro?
Welcome, Eric.
What's going
Okay,
on?
See, I
okay,
ain't
you
the
said
only
you
man
got
here no
that,
more.
baby.
Thank
I
you.
got you. Oh,
I'm not the youngest
okay.
person in the room no more. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, go ask silly. What are you looking for when you looking?
Yeah, he
Like,
younger. What you looking for in your 20s, young man?
Eric looking for 4 wives. That's what he said last time I was in here.
Hey, he Muslim. He
I already,
allowed
I
to have
already
it.
got them. I already got them. I just don't got the
Crazy.
paperwork on it because I don't believe in that paperwork. I ain't signing nothing.
I feel you, man. That's a
Cause
business
all,
contract
cause all
that
they,
may
all they
not be
gonna
worth
do,
it.
yeah, all they gonna do is try to divorce you and take everything you got. So ain't no use of signing no paperwork.
not everything, just half.
See, that's
That's
the thing. He's not lying about that. It's kind of scary in this generation because everybody's out for a paycheck. So
So y'all
every
don't believe in prenups?
you ain't,
oh,
you ain't,
prenups don't
you
mean a damn thing to
sure
them.
don't. Nowadays they don't, and you ain't helped me get it, so you ain't never getting half. You ain't help. You wasn't in the gym shooting in the gym with me, so why should you get
Exactly.
half? Ain't that right,
If you,
beauty?
if you ain't there to struggle and work with me, you don't deserve the reward.
I
Fuck that.
missed it. I missed it. Sorry. What did you say?
I said you wasn't in the gym. You wasn't in that gym shooting them jumpers with me, so you definitely ain't should expect to get half.
I know that's right.
I don't know. I think it depends on what she was bringing to the table. You know, first of all, I don't think we should be looking at getting married to get a divorce. But if we have to, what did she bring to your life, right? So, because that's what it be based off. If
What
you
do what
allow
do
her to
any
be,
what do any of them bring to the table?
wait a
Exactly.
minute, what?
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear the answer because I want to know.
What
All
up,
they
y'all?
all they can bring is a nice face and a nice body, and that's it.
See, I could tell you ain't been loved right. Neither one of y'all. Because if you had been loved properly, you would know a good woman brings so much more than what you can expect her to bring. I'm sorry y'all ain't been loved properly because if you had, you would know that she don't bring monetary things, but the things she brings you and the peace she allowed you to have, like I ain't talking about, oh, she gave me peace. No, I'm talking about it's just something that oh, it's touching, right? Because you want to come back to her. You want, because she bring this thing that you can't get anywhere else
And
That ain't love.
outside of the home.
that ain't love.
What? Yeah, like Ike said, what's love got to do with it?
I didn't say love. I never said love. I said a peace.
Cause
Like I said, Ike
So
dad,
that
bro.
means you weren't listening.
An example.
here's the thing I was
Hey,
saying.
welcome.
As men, most of us don't even expect like monetary gains or anything physical anyway, because life has taught us we gotta fend for ourselves. So
Exactly.
you can throw that out the window off rip.
Throw that out the
Um,
window.
I never said monetary.
No, I'm just saying to make an example. I ain't say you said it. I'm just saying like off general. If you thinking in the context of money, the mindset is wrong right off the bat. Because men are willing to work for whatever they want, like the overtime and everything. We're gonna be put through a lot of trials and tribulations anyway. So that's somewhat to be expected from a man's perspective. When it comes to women, what we're looking for is, hey, we gotta fight the world as it is. I don't want to come home and still have to fight. Like
Right.
I want to chill, relax, and the person I'm attracted to, like I want her to have the qualities that will help me like take my mind off of the battles I got to go through in the world. So it's just like, hey, let me come home, be peaceful, enjoy the time I'm with my woman. That's why I chose you, because I enjoy our company. And that I think that's a lot of things that get misconstrued in the world, because everyone has these expectations like, hey, he got to do this, he got to do that, she got to do this, she got to do that. And most people either equate it through money or sex, and the plot becomes lost. Why did we get together in the first place? I ain't asked you for money, I ain't asked you for sex. Like, if what most people say a vibe, like, let's just continue that. Like, I just like being around you. And what changes that? Like money, expectations, like chores, things like that. People get so caught up and like, hey, I think this is the job that we lost the plot why we got together in the first place.
Why we? No, Wayne.
Okay.
He
I was
told y'all.
saying earlier that like marriage is the person, like that's your best friend, right? The person you get a chance to spend life with. People don't they go for money and all this other stuff, but that ain't really what marriage is about. It's about simply having that best friend that when we up, we up. When we down, we down, and we just rocking through life together, no matter what.
And
Well,
that's the hard part. Go ahead.
we
Bro.
don't need
Go
no
ahead.
we don't need no title then. We just best friends. We don't need no paper then. We just gonna do it like we do it.
He right. And like I know y'all don't want to hear that as women, because like I get it. There's a security in marriage. Like, hey, what if this happens? I want to know I'm taken care of. If y'all really connect, or y'all really like love each other, and that's that key word, love, you should know I got your back either or. I'm already planning for if something happened to me in death. How am I going to take care of my wife? How am I going to take care of my children? That paperwork through the government, that just affirms it, that if anything happened, it guarantees you're taken care of. But that's something I'm already expected to do as a man. So why are you questioning me? That's mistrust right off the bat.
Back to the first question. What are we what are we looking for out of a man as we get older, right? I think morals, character, because when you're younger, like you said, you don't have no expectations. It's one life give you these lessons. You start to be like, oh, I want this. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like that. So as life go on, I think it's all about morals, character. Because when you don't have those things, you're gonna crumble anyway. A business owner, would they do business with another person on a handshake? I
It
love how
used,
you said that, X.
it used to be like that, but then
But
then
it ain't
it becomes a
anymore.
liability. Like think about it. If you really know history, marriage was for the elite, like the rich, and it was meant to join two powerful families together so they can acclimate more land or become more powerful. And somehow we were sold this fantasy that most, like, let's be honest, poor people couldn't even reach. But now it's become attainable because we have more resources, we have more laws that allow it. But that used to be a special occasion, so more people can obtain power, if you want to be honest. And the thing that I find funny is that people in a lower income situation, marriage will actually benefit them if they actually work together, and it'll bring them up to a new status. However, they're so busy fighting each other, like, hey, what can I get from this person or what can I get from the other, that they're not thinking long term. Marriage was meant to be like a dynasty thing. Hey, let me transfer my wealth to the next generation so that they can have more. And that's the real purpose of it. We were sold a fantasy. I don't know, like, y'all age, I'm not gonna ask that, but like the biggest thing for the millennial generation is through Disney. Oh, it's about love. You gotta expect this. They're gonna go through the ropes, they're gonna go through like trials, battle for you, and you just sit there and be a princess. But if you notice, Disney never continues what happened after they get together. The happy ending is at the wedding or the starting phase. They never show what trials they face together.
Yeah, it's a false narrative that the media gives us.
Mm.
So it's a
So
selling
if
point,
marriage
basically.
benefits even the lower income people, then it will benefit them to marry, correct?
hmm But that's the thing. Even if you look at it through a business, um, we look at it more so like one person wins and one person loses. When you're in the business, you're gonna have to go through the rough times together. Either become innovative, figure out a solution to the problem, or y'all collapse, lose everything together, or you just cut your losses. Because of that fear and anxiety that we have as human beings, we're quick to cut our losses and say, hey, I'll try again with another business, or I'll try again with another person. It's easier that way. Most people aren't willing to sacrifice. I want to know y'all opinion. Like, what's your thoughts on it?
I think marriage is great. I think marriage is great. I think a lot of people don't want to do it because they don't want to get into the government sense. But I think we everything we do is government based. It's people always like to say, I don't want to get married, but they still file income tax. I don't
Yeah,
like to get married, but they still work 9 to 5s. I don't want to get married, but they go to church. They want to do everything else except get married. But everything else the government put it out for us, I don't want to get married, but they still go to school, public school.
I got
So
a
why is
question.
marriage the only thing that we don't want to do? Because we still filed the income tax, we still had kids, we still went to public school, we still went to public churches, we still doing everything else that the government got for us except marriage.
I got a question from a woman's standpoint. When y'all think about marriage, what are some things that you fear, or fear, number one? Number two, what are some things you expect to get out of it? And number three, what do you plan for in terms of like a 5, 10, or 20-year plan?
Well, I expect to get a covenant out of it. First of all, marriage was a covenant for God to bless the unit, God to bless the family. The family usually don't get blessed when you not covered. First of all, we going through life not covered at all through God that said marriage was the way of covenant, which he made women for to be wife, because a man who found a wife found a good thing. Men want to find ladies to lay up with and shack up with, not wives.
It
And
depends.
not only did you say what?
No, it depends what view, because you're partially right and partially wrong about that. But
How?
go
How? Which part I'm partially right and partially wrong about?
Because most people think that with men is just like a physical thing, like, hey, I just want the cookie or I want to spread my seed. It's not always like that for every man. Now, are there men like that? Yeah, like that's When I was in my 20s, that was the immediate goal. Let me see how much ass I can get. Excuse my language. That's just the truth. But as I become older, things that I look for is like, hey, what's the connection? Who's someone I really connect with? Do we have a common goal? What's her future goals like, or her plans in terms of setting up like a lifestyle and a family? Because let me tell you, as a man, as I got older, things I look for in a woman. Selfishly, I like women like with a natural face. Me, I like curly hair, and I like big breasted women. I'm not too much of a butt guy, but a nice little bump is all right. That's from a selfish guy, like aesthetic standpoint. But from a family standpoint, there's a reason why I also look at a woman's physical features like that. Because one, I'm in nursing school. I'm learning a little bit about biology. A big waist or like heavy set chest, that's something showing that your body is prepared to nurture my kids. Basically, like you have a fully developed body that can produce and sustain my kids. So I made a good choice just based off of like, hey, this woman can provide for my kids and she'll be able to nurture them and produce healthy offsprings. Um, Facial features. Hey, if I like the way you look, there's something attractive I see in you. I want my kids to be attractive because there may be something I lack in. Like for me personally, I don't like my skin because I scar up easy or I get hyperpigmentation. So what I look for in a partner is a woman that either has clear skin or skin that's better than mine. But like this is as I got older, things I start to look for because I want to give my kids the best opportunity. And that comes with looking for features in a partner that will make my kids genetically better or will give them a better outcome than what I had growing up. So that's where the attraction standpoint comes from. The biggest feature is her mindset. I met so many women that are ditzy, and y'all gonna hate me for saying this. I really don't care, but a lot of women, or at least younger women, are allowed to the privilege to walk around life without a care in the world because people are expected to protect them. With men, we have to sacrifice. It is our duty to protect that woman, to lay down our lives, expect to die, expect to provide. That's what we're here for. As long as the family's taken care of, our life don't matter. What we leave behind matters. So there's a lot of pressure that's put on us that women just don't have they have the luxury to not think about. So all these expectations that y'all have, some men should meet. I'm not gonna take away anything like or say y'all expectations are wrong, but some women don't take into account that we are already thinking about this stuff. They just don't see it. Other things is they see things on TV and they're like, well, such and such is living this lifestyle. Why can't I live it? Or I think I deserve better because I think I look better than this girl. Like you're not even taking into account your partner. You're just comparing your life to another woman's perspective. So I think that's where the plot or the confusion comes in. You see something that someone else has had, and then you take that insecurity or aggression out on your partner, like, oh, such and such has this. Why don't I have it? You need to do better. You need to do more. And you don't see what they do behind the scenes. It's like, hey, maybe, babe, we can't date or go out today because I have to work extra. And the reason I'm working extra is, hey, maybe we got a child on the way, or maybe there's a holiday coming up or your birthday. I'm saving my money to treat you on this day. I'm planning things. You don't see it because I want to surprise you, but you see it as, oh, he don't do nothing for me. He don't deserve me. So things like that. I don't want to go on a tangent.
Okay. Well,
X had a
Jeremy
good
Corner-
question, B.
Yeah, I'm about to. Right. Jeremy Corner said, "What's the plan?" I like what's the plan. Then X say, "If you're married to her, y'all having it's just about." And then he said, "Beauty, what are some things that women deal with that men don't think about?" I got you. I got a few. Somebody knocking at the door. Somebody knocking at the door. Oh,
I
oh,
like that
oh.
question.
I like it too. Hey, self-motivated.
Come on now.
Self-motivated.
It's all about
What up?
Welcome.
self-motivated. What we
Okay.
got going on tonight?
Okay, so
Self-motivated.
things that women deal with that men don't even take into account. Okay, I
I'm
just heard
listening.
you say about how you want a woman to basically have your kids. When a woman have kids, first of all, it take her body through so many different changes. She gained weight that she probably can't lose right away, or maybe not even at all, because it takes so much for your body to work that
True.
baby on into health, right? So they don't take account that your body is going to change. And it is. It's going to change tremendously in so many ways. Weight that you might not ever be at. Some people get it off, but it's more people that don't get that baby weight off than that
That's,
do.
that's part of the sacrifice. I completely understand that.
Right. Another thing that men don't take in account that not only your the weight, but your skin changes, your hair changes,
Mhm.
your nails. It's so many changes that the body experiences during childbirth and after, because even once the baby is out, your body is still going through changes to
Mhm.
produce milk. But they don't think about that. And when you going crazy, they like, oh, you hormonal, you this, you that. Your body is hormonal. It's trying to say what's going on. It's like fight or flight right now, right? Because I gotta produce this milk for this baby.
That's true.
So of course, they don't take that into account. They don't understand why you're tired, why you're miserable, why you're going through all this shame, you depressed, you ain't you. It's a lot just to have a baby. It's a lot, but we keep it to ourselves mainly. We be like, "How you feel? Good.
So
You had a baby." Most of the time, you're not, because the body ain't happy.
let me
The
call you
first
out on
couple of
one
weeks,
thing.
the body is not happy about producing no baby.
Let me call you
But
out
do
on one
men
thing.
know? No.
Why don't you share that?
Mainly because they tell you be quiet. That was something you supposed to do. It's not that hard. They saw mama, grandma, auntie, and them go through it. That a lot of times when we do say this was going on with us in our body, we're told to be quiet about it. Shut up, suck it up. Cause so many other people experienced it and they did. They shut up and sucked it up.
And I'm not going to
And
invalidate your point because you do have some strong points. My question is, when it comes to a man, do you tell your man to go to work or do he do it?
I think both. Sometimes they get tired too, and you have to say, listen, you gotta press on.
Because
Sometimes you have to encourage them too. Men get tired too, and you have to tell them to press on.
and
They
that's
not
all
just going and going.
that's all I'm getting at. Like, I'm not trying to challenge your point or invalidate it because you do have a point. Women go through physical changes that affect their body, and that's been biologically proven. Same thing with men, except our changes are different because we work more. It wears down like on, and I'm not invalidating women who work. Like, don't think of it like that. What I'm saying is we lose our joints, we lose our muscle mass, our bones. So we're both sacrificing. Women kind of accelerate. Like once they have a baby, their body deteriorates faster because you're producing for a new life. Now, where the man comes in is he has to work to sustain that life. And what I think is, as male and female, we don't see the sacrifices that we both make. We just take it for granted. Like, hey, you're expected to do this. Like, it's unfair for me to say, hey, I expect you to be a mom. I expect you to cook, clean, all that. And you expect me to be a man. You expect me to bring in the money, work. If there's not enough money coming in the house, you expect me to do overtime, correct? I have to provide for my family.
Sometimes when it's not enough money coming into the house, the man don't do overtime. That mom who already sacrificed her body go 50-50. She
Yeah,
then go ahead and get a job and go ahead and help with the income to relieve you.
yeah.
But can't nobody relieve her of those physical changes she gonna experience during the body of not probably one kid, but multiple kids that she has for you. Even though she relieve you of that income and she makes sure you don't have to go do the overtime, you can't relieve her of them baby duties or the baby making process.
That's true. And where I will actually agree with you on that is when it comes to like men like choosing a date, I would say have a contingency plan in place. If you expect to have kids or like you planning on it, be sure you can take care of them first or at least have something set up before. So I will give you that. But at the same time, the biggest issue that men face, and this is my assumption, I'm not old enough. There's people that's older, way more experienced than me that can speak on it. Um, the biggest issue is probably the respect factor because most people don't see the sacrifices just like when women. We don't know the body pain you're going through, like with childbirth. We don't know like the degradation process to where like the breasts start to sag. That's just natural. At one point, your body stops producing. Your eggs are lost. Your body goes through heat and changes as you go through menopause. With men, y'all don't see the like our bones wearing down, our muscle mass wearing down, the stress we go through just putting up with other people's stuff because just like a woman when she goes to work, we have to accomplish a goal. We have to deal with what other people tell us to do. And as a man, when you come home to your kingdom, you're the head of the household. You don't want to be told what to do in your own house, as like selfish as that sounds. It's like, hey, this is my place to relax. I just had to put up with someone's shit at work the same way women do. Let me relax, unwind. And for men, it's kind of belittling. Like we're gonna do what we got to do to survive and to provide, but it's kind of belittling where we are like diminished at work and then have to come home and be diminished at home. Like that kind of devalues us. And the biggest thing with men is respect. Because if one man disrespects another man, we're fighting. And there ain't no questions about it. That's just an unwritten rule. But women don't understand that. And this is where like the little sexism thing comes in. Because when women figure, oh, I'm gonna talk my shit, I'm gonna express myself, I'm gonna get what I got to say out. And men just have to either sit there and take it, which is disrespectful, and then also it kind of belittles us, whether you know it or not. If a woman thinks she can get over on a man, like, yeah, I run him, she loses more respect. So it's like a lose-lose battle. But the second we put our foot down
Yep.
and stand up, then oh, he's threatened me, he's fearful. I ain't never seen this before. Like, come on, you've been doing this for years. Let's not play these games.
Yeah,
Somebody knocking at the door. Oh,
hey,
oh.
oh,
I don't see you dancing, Kevin. What?
Oh, I can't dance. My bones hurt. My
Oh
joints are
my
gone.
God.
That's the stuff. That's the sacrifice you don't see.
how
Oh
old
my
are you, the
God.
bones
I'll
hurt?
dance for you,
Mr.
B.
Swaggy, welcome.
We got
What up,
another
what
guy
up?
in the chat.
You
Thank God,
dancing.
I'm not the only one.
Can I say real quick, if y'all don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just kind of agreeing with because the reason why it's like that is like the Lord made man different. He made man to be the head. It's gonna be totally different for a man than a woman because the man has a major role as a leader to lead the woman. Like it's a whole nother ball game when you say like marriages, relationship and stuff like that because a man has a certain role that he has to play. The Lord made man different. Man, that man is very man. It's a lot when you say man when in a relationship because that man supposed to lead and control everything. If he a man of God now, because a man just because you got on pair of hands don't mean you know mean.
That's true.
That's not me because I got these pants on. I'm a man. A man, it takes a lot for a man to to own up to the standards of a man. First, got to be a man of God. You first got to be following God to be able to lead any woman. Because you can't tell me nothing if God ain't the head of your life. How you gonna lead me? You can't lead me. Because God ain't even leading you. You gonna lead blind leading the blind. We both gonna fall in the ditch. So that's why God made man of course, more stronger and more powerful than a woman. We are the weaker vessel. We, the women, we are a weaker vessel. We can't control no man. But if a man ain't got a backbone,
I like
if a
that.
man
I
ain't, if
agree.
a man ain't got a backbone, if that man ain't standing on 10 toes and he weak, that woman gonna run him. That woman gonna be the head of that household, and it's gonna be some division in that household because that woman so bossy. Oh, you can't tell me nothing. You ain't gonna be able to tell you. The relationship ain't gonna be no relationship because you can't tell her nothing. She thinks she know everything. She thinks she bossy, and don't let her make more money than you. Don't let her make no more money than you. You ain't gonna be able to tell her nothing. But if she submissive, if she submissive, it's gonna be a whole different ballgame. She gonna have the respect for you. As a man, I don't care if she making more money than you. She gonna have that respect. Because she gonna know her role as a woman, as a mother, as a wife, as a child of God. She gonna know her role that she play in this relationship. She gonna know her role. And I think in a relationship, in a marriage, both parties got to know their role. A man, he has to know the role that he play in a relationship, and she has to know her role in a relationship. That's what I believe, and that's what I know for a fact. Each party has to know the role in a relationship. When it all boils down, the woman got to know her role, and the man got to know his role point blank. You can't get around it. If you know your role, it's gonna work. But if you don't, if that woman trying to step in the man's role and wear them pants, it ain't gonna work if you're a real man. A real man gonna know the boundaries already. You gonna know. Not just saying, oh, I'm the boss. I'm a boss. You gotta do this. You gotta in wisdom, in wisdom, wise.
I got a question for the women on the panel. Y'all are very selective when it comes to picking a mate. Yeah, I assume that you look for someone that's strong-willed, someone that can either provide, that's physically strong, and someone that you know will protect you. Am I correct in my assumption?
Yep.
If those are the features that you look for, why then do you openly challenge your man and his authority when you picked him?
The one thing about it, I ain't gonna pick nobody. I mean, I'm gonna let God gonna pick for me. I'm gonna look up. Lord gonna put him right there in my path. I see years ago when I was saved, I was doing the picking, but now I don't do no picking. It ain't God gonna do that for me. He gonna know. He know what type of person I am. I ain't gonna settle for that. I know that my standards and my expectations is high. The Lord already know this. I'm not gonna go out there and look for nothing. Lord gonna bring them to me. I can speak for myself. That's Lord no. I get out there and go work for Jesus. And I'm gonna work on a natural job too.
I get that, but you got to take some personal accountability. You pick and choose. It's up to you to rule out what you will accept and what you won't accept.
That's why I
So
said expectations is definitely high. You definitely got to be specific on what you want.
yeah,
Definitely got to
What is
be.
good? And what exactly are you looking for? Self-motivated?
If I'm Jesus, what you think I'm looking for? If everything with Jesus with me, what you think I'm looking for? We gotta have the same mind. We gotta have one mind and one accord. A real true man of God. And that's gonna provide, that's gonna hold his ground, that's gonna stand 10 toes down. This is what it is, and this is what it's gonna be. That's gonna stand by the book. If you standing by the book, you already gonna know you're gonna work. You already know you're gonna take a effect. That's you standing by the book. You can't go wrong when you when you're standing by the book. That's me. That's self-motivated. I ain't finna take no anything. I ain't finna sell it for no anything. I'm not. You gotta come on with dealing with self-motivated. You gotta come on, gotta come on. You gotta step your game up 10 times, 20 times. I done seen two sides now. Two sides. World side, I done left that alone 18, almost 20 years now. So I'm on the other side. I'm on a whole nother side now. The things that I looked back then, I was just living life. Hey, whatever. I'm just playing the field. I was doing like the dudes was. I ain't had no love for no dude back then. I ain't had none. I was doing them like y'all was doing. Not y'all, but I'm just saying men. Y'all ain't love them. I ain't love them. I ain't love y'all neither. I'm gonna do y'all like y'all do us. That's the mind frame that I had, you know, the mind frame of the world, you know, back then. I ain't had no love for no dude. Shoot, I see how dudes was doing female. You weren't fit to do me the same way. I fit to dog you out before you dog me out. See, I'm on a whole different level. I didn't have no heart for men. I dogged them out. I was telling them I love them, but I was going to the hotel with somebody else. I would cook for them. I would do everything that a real woman was doing. But then I was back doing and mess with somebody else.
And I'm glad you said that because like
I know the mind frame of a man. I know a mind frame, man. Probably not y'all. I'm just speaking in general. Man, these dudes gonna get what they want out of you. I'm speaking facts because I know they gonna sleep with you. Boom, boom. You might not see them no more. They gonna get one thing and they gone. I ain't have no heart for no dude. I want to let you heard me. My motive was, my motto was, I'm finna get you before you get me.
See, that's part of the problem.
I know dudes didn't have no heart for no woman. Man, man, you could be. I'm just speaking facts and speaking real because that's what I like. I'll speak facts and real. Man, that woman could be a virgin. That dude, man, he'll say whatever he can to get in that girl draw. After he get her virginity, man, he got to the next one. Just because of that, man, I ain't had no love for no dude. I'm just telling you. What happened, B?
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, I just didn't have no love for no dude. I'll tell you.
Make y'all bigger.
Huh?
You said what happened? I was trying to make y'all bigger.
So let me ask you this. What changed between then and now? And do you think that it's good faith to go in there like
now? I done matured, and I done matured now. I got JESUS in my life now. I got a whole nother mind frame. The love that I didn't have back then, Jesus gave me some compassion for the soul of man. I got a gift that the Lord put in my soul to reach out to different souls and stuff like that to help them draw closer to the Lord. That's what I'm doing now. Because like I say, I didn't have no love. I was just a cold-hearted, didn't have no love at all. And now the Lord taught me how I had to love. You know, this is on a different kind of soul love right there. This is what happened to me. What's going on?
I'm just trying to make y'all bigger. I feel like I can't
just
see
leave
you.
it like that. It's okay.
Yeah, so the reason why I asked you that is because you said something important. You said when you were younger, you went in with the mindset like, hey, I'm gonna get them before they get me. Mm-hmm. Why, as like both men and women, can't we go in there with honesty or like any like ulterior motives? I think that's part of the biggest issue. And one of the things that you said that changed that I want to try to ask you, or I hope I say this right. What changed between then and now? Because the way men look at it, and correct me if I'm wrong, sir, because you're a man. The way men look at it is more like a business. The same way businesses look at your resume, what you did in the past affects your future now. So you can say you changed, but if I see your resume and you like, hey, I've been with these dudes, or I backstabbed them, I cheated on them, or this, that, I'm gonna ask questions that reveal your history, and I'm gonna see what type of person you really are.
Yeah, but when you judge by the spirit, see, that's why I say carnal-minded man is enmity to God. So if you judge by the natural carnal man, you'll never, your mind gonna always be in the natural and carnal. But when you convert in the spiritual realm, you know, hey, she done changed her life over to Jesus. That old man is gone and dead and buried. See, that mind frame supposed to change. You don't supposed to look at, if you in the spirit now, if you in the spirit, because I can't judge. I'm in the realm of Jesus Christ. So if Jesus was to think like us, nobody would have a chance to be saved. Because Jesus been and looked at everybody's resume and be like, you did this, man. You cheated on your wife. You slept with her, but you weren't even married. I finna kill you. I finna stone you. That's everybody in the whole world. you know that. So if Jesus was looking like us, would nobody be saved? Jesus wouldn't. Shoot, that's the case. He'd be like, man, was you married when you slept with her? Was you married? Did you hold your virginity? Did you hold your what can I say this? Did you get married first, or you slept with your woman first? Did you fornicate first, or you did it Jesus' way?
And the reason why I say that, like,
No,
just
I'm
going,
asking you that question. Did you fornicate first, or did you get married first?
you asking me,
Yeah, I'm
like,
asking you.
personally?
I'm
Yeah,
asking
I
both of them.
fornicated first. I ain't gonna hide that.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, like everybody.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking for a reason.
Oh
So
yeah, by all means.
both
I
of
don't have
y'all,
the cleanest resume.
did both of y'all sleep with a woman? Did y'all fornicate before y'all? Did y'all fornicate first? I'm getting to a point. Did
Yeah.
y'all do it the right way, like Jesus said? Did y'all marry first, or did y'all fornicate first?
Fornicate.
Okay,
I
we
ain't got
want to
no
look at
shame.
this resume. I want to look at this. Jesus looking at this resume right now. He judging this thing. If Jesus was like man, he judging it. He gonna judge. But he not like man at all. I'm trying to get to a point, trying to get something through your head. So I'm just put Jesus is in the realm like y'all. He looking at things in the corner of mind, and just like y'all. Okay, he gonna say, okay, I'm gonna look at your resume. Have you okay? So you fornicate. That's one. Okay. Jesus could look at your resume too and be like, okay, since you done did this, you done slept, and I know you did some more stuff besides that. That's just one of the things. That's just one of the things you done spoke on. But Jesus could be like, okay, man, they both got resume. Man, they slept with this woman. They wasn't even married. So guess what? I ain't finna give him no chance. I'm finna stone you right then and there. Because I'm looking at y'all resume, and the resume didn't say y'all got married for y'all fornicate. So I'm finna look at y'all like the average man to look at y'all. Man, I'm finna stone both of y'all.
But
Y'all because of your resume. Jesus don't look at your resume. Once you left that alone, and once you got baptized in Jesus' name with the Holy Ghost and fire, that stuff get erased. Jesus, that's why I said I thank God for Jesus, because Jesus ain't like me. Man will bring your past up. But one thing Jesus will do when you get changed, when you get totally converted with the Holy Ghost and fire, Jesus forget about that. But that's why I say man is different. Man bring that up, but Jesus won't. See, that's why I say Jesus would stone y'all. He would have stoned y'all. Y'all wouldn't have had a chance to be saved.
He would actually stone everybody, because everybody falls short of the glory of God.
All fall short in the glory of God.
Yeah, we all do. So there wouldn't be a single person on this planet.
That's
You
what.
do
That's my point. That's
you
my
do know in
point. That's why
Revelations
I say
it says
the
not
whole
everybody's
world
gonna
will
go to
be
heaven, right?
the whole world will be condemned if Jesus looked at us about the resume. Jesus don't care about no resume. It's what you're doing right now. What's gonna stand and speak for yourself. You got to.
No, I think what he's saying about the resume, I think he's saying that the resume tends to shape the character of a person
Now you can't.
Exactly.
as they get older.
Now, when a person change and be delivered, set free from sin, from all that iniquity, Jesus don't look at that if you in the spirit.
So
But if
let
you
me
in the spirit,
we're not saying nothing about that. He's saying
he did say that. He did say that. He say the resume going you because you looking at my past, my resume that's going that ain't
no, because he feels like, because like somebody who's been who's kind of like lived that life. Not everybody I would say, but for most that has lived that kind of life and did those kind of things, it's like they become shaped from that.
Mhm.
Just like a player who's always been a player, he'll always be a player. I have a homeboy. He's older than, he's like 47. He's older than me,
you show me
and
some
he's still doing this thing.
show me the scriptures where a holy man of God and a holy woman. Show me scriptures on it. Show me some scripture. You gotta show it to me, and you got to line it up. Show me in the word of God. I stand on the word of God. I ain't mean to take your lie to this hill, but I mean, they gotta come on with some deep, because that's on the surface right there. You gotta come with scripture with me. I can't eat that. You gotta bring the Bible, go get the Bible, and show it to me in the Bible where Jesus, when them people got saved, filled with the Holy Ghost and fire, when them people turned back, because he said, any man that turn back and look back, they ain't fit for the master you. See, I'm a strong believer in the word of Jesus Christ. I stand on it and I walk on it. You can't tell me that. Y'all gotta come on in the mile in the scriptures with that on that. You can stay in the natural on the surface, but see, when you talking about a spiritual, I'm on a whole nother level with that one. You can't, I've been in that thing 18 years. You can't tell me nothing about that. I'm too way deep in knowledge on that. So you're gonna have to come with some scriptures on that. You ain't got no scriptures to line it up. Guess what? It's false. If it ain't in that Bible, did Jesus say that? Once you commit adultery, you always gonna be committing adultery. That's a lie from the pits of hell. That was the devil that said that. Because once Jesus set me free, trust me, I've been in that thing for 18 years straight. Not fornicate, no adultery, not sleeping with a man, period. For 13 years straight, being celibate. Ain't no man touched me since. So you can't tell me what Jesus can't do.
All right, so brother,
what Jesus can't do.
look.
Ain't kissed a man, ain't went to the movies, ain't talk on the phone to no man or nothing. So, baby, this been proven here. I'm a living testimony what Jesus.
All right, well, you're a living testimony, but what about anybody else though? You can't speak for every woman.
Speaking on me, I'm speaking on me.
Right. And nobody's singling you out though. Nobody's singling you out.
Though. I'm giving my testimony. I'm speaking on me. So don't say once this, baby. It's a proof.
But I'm just saying, nobody singled you out.
Exactly.
I'm talking about self-motivated. I'm talking about when he said that. I mean, that's a lot from the piece of hell.
Nobody asked. Nobody said, "Hey, well, look, so motivated." You in particular. No, we're just speaking on in general. We're just speaking on in general. The whole
resume thing. Self-motivated. I'm giving my testimony tonight. I'm letting you know that's falsified because I know what I'm standing on. That was the old me. I'm talking about the new me now. They've been proven, sanctified, set for the master's use. It's been proven. Yes, Lord, bless your holy name. It's been proven. Yeah. Yes, at my age, too young, 5 too many, my age. Waited for 13 years. Come on now, let's be real with it. I'm talking about mine locked in with Jesus, fasting so many days, so many weeks. Mine locked in with Jesus. See, he gotta be ready for self-motivation. I don't think he ready. He gotta come on with it. He gotta be up there. He gotta be up there. Look at me. He gotta be up there. When I say up there, I ain't talking about the finance. I'm talking about that mind.
I got a question.
That mind gotta be up there. That knowledge got to be up there. Ain't worried about no money. Finance. Anybody can get somebody with money. I'm talking about that mind frame. If that mind frame ain't changed, you ain't got you nothing. You ain't got you nothing. He can have all the money in the world.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Would you get back with your exes that you broke up with? Why not?
No. Jesus ain't tell me to do that. Jesus ain't tell me to get back with no exes.
I'm asking why not?
Oh, Jesus ain't tell me to get back with no exes.
No, you personally, why won't you do it? Not Jesus.
I want to be in the will of the Lord. That's why. I don't want
to.
No,
you personally, not Jesus. You personally. No, we're not gonna walk away from this.
I'm saying I don't want to be out of the will of the Lord. I don't want to do it because that ain't what Jesus got.
That's not the question. Why won't you get back with your exes? I'm just asking.
I'm just telling you why I won't.
What qualities did they have that you didn't like or you disagree with?
They want to serve the Lord.
You said they won't share the Lord?
They won't
serve the Lord.
They won't serve the Lord?
Yeah, they want to serve the Lord.
Isn't that casting judgment on them?
He want to serve the Lord. I got to obey Jesus. I got to do whatever Jesus tell me to do.
Yeah, now you blaming Jesus.
No, I'm telling you because he told me to leave. That's what I'm blaming.
This is what I'm getting at. The reason why I asked that is, isn't you saying no the same as casting judgment or looking at what they did to you in their past?
No, I'm just saying whatever Jesus. Hey, if the Lord told me, I gave him a time and a space
And I don't think that's fair that like you're casting aside the accountability or your reasoning. You won't tell me your personal reason why you won't do it.
Yeah, but like I said, if Jesus, I gave him a certain amount of time. I prayed about it.
It's fair.
I prayed about it, and I gave him a fair share. I gave him some time to get it right, because I didn't want to just since okay, I'm saved and stuff like that. Since I'm saved, I didn't feel like it was right to just boom, bam, cast them out right then and there. So I said, Lord, I'm not gonna do that, because Lord, you dealing with me. You dealing with me about being saved and stuff like that, serving you. I'm just gonna give him time. I say, Lord.
But isn't that using discernment or judgment because you felt he wasn't
I
ready?
live by the Spirit of Jesus Christ. That's what I am. You got to be led. Get Jesus in your soul. You got to be led on everything you do.
But I'm asking, what made you come to that decision? You're evading the question.
Definitely want to be equally yoked. Definitely when equally yoked.
There it is, equally yoked. So he didn't meet your financial requirements.
Not financial, the spiritual, baby. I don't put emphasis on money. It's about the spiritual man with me. So
let me ask you this.
Let me tell you. You asked me one question. Let me tell you. So once I came in encounter with Jesus Christ, when he gave me the Holy Ghost, got filled with the Holy Ghost and fire, which is Jesus' spirit. I asked myself, okay, since the Lord came to me first, okay, I'm gonna work out my own salvation, like the word said, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. So I worked out my own salvation in fear and trembling. I said, okay, Lord, I'm not gonna get rid of him. So how long do you want me to give him? How long do you want me to give him? And the Lord told me 2 years. See if he gonna get his act.
He physically told you 2 years?
Huh?
He physically told you 2 years?
Jesus told me, baby, you better get the Holy Ghost and fire. He'll talk to you.
So let me ask you this. Does the Bible not say he who is without sin cast the first stone?
But the Lord knew that he was unequally yoked. Why would he give you 2 years?
Well, you got to talk to Jesus on that. Talk to him about it. Get it from him.
That's evading personal accountability. I'm a little iffy on that. That's the devil talking right there.
You got to ask Jesus. When you got to ask Jesus, when you get in the realm with Jesus Christ, when you get to praying and fasting and talking to the Lord, he'll talk back to you. Or you feel with the Holy Ghost, Swaggy? You feel with the Holy Ghost and fire?
I sure am, but I'm also a sinner.
I believe I'm born and I'm saved.
No, I'm saved from
what? I say yes. I say yes.
You saved from what?
Because I'm born again and saved.
Amen.
Saved from what?
Saved from the power of sin and death. I believe that I have everlasting life through Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Everlasting life.
Huh?
How did you get the everlasting life?
Through Jesus Christ.
How? It's deeper than that. You gotta read.
I've accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior.
It takes more than that. It takes more
than that.
You got to press your way through. The kingdom of God say every man, the preach and every man pressing into the kingdom of God with the pressing and praying. Every man pressing into the kingdom. It ain't gonna give it to you. You're gonna give it to you on the silver platter. You got to press your way into the kingdom of heaven. The scripture says that.
Okay, the question of tonight is, what does 50-50 look like to you? Somebody knocking at the door. Oh, self-motivated. What does 50-50 look like to you?
It means that the woman's supposed to get a man 100% of all her earnings, every penny she made. That's what it means.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on? What's up, Swaggy? What's up, self-motivated?
Hey, what's up, Eric? Yeah, it shouldn't even be 50-50. Shouldn't it be 100-100? Like both give 100%.
Now, how about it be 100% of the woman that she give her to her man, like God said she should?
How about this, Eric? How about the woman ain't got to work? That's what God says. Because the man is the head. The man is the head. The man run the house.
Well, she need to be cooking and cleaning, making sure the laundry is done, making sure once that man get home from work, he got a nice meal on the table,
Yes,
making
I
sure
don't
that
done all of that. I do all of that. I have a shower red for him, his clothes in the restroom. I have hot food. He'll eat first before anybody eat. Yes.
and when and when he
I'll send his clothes to the cleaners. I don't even have to iron it. I'll send it straight to the cleaners.
and when he's ready for relations, he don't need to be hearing how tired you is and
No,
you
no,
don't
I will
feel
push
like it.
all the way through.
Okay, well, you a good woman then.
I push all the way through. I will push all the way through. He ain't have to worry about nothing. Just
That's
tell
a
me what you want to eat. I had the food hot and ready when you get home.
that's a godly woman right there.
Shoot, you
Ain't
better.
that right? Ain't that right, Beauty?
Uh-oh.
I've yet to see it on Earth.
Big
Look,
what
look,
you
look,
say,
Beauty ain't trying to hear that. Look at her face. She don't like that.
B gonna
You
shoot.
think you can't tell me what Beauty like? Please don't speak for Beauty. You got to speak for Eric. Speak for you.
When when it's time for bed, I don't want to hear you talking about you tired. I want to hear you talking about you don't feel like it. I don't want to hear none of that.
It ain't no excuses because I'm at home all day long. No excuses at all.
That's a good godly woman right there.
No excuses. Shoot.
Preach.
Well, if I don't even feel like it, I act like I feel like
I know that's right.
it.
Because your man needs to be pleased because he do got needs.
I know that's
Eric,
right.
what you eat tonight? Bro with 4 wives. What you eat tonight?
What you say he did?
Bro with 4 wives. What you eat for dinner
Oh, he
tonight?
got 4 wives.
Oh,
I'm cool with that. I like not with that.
McDonald's. He ate McDonald's.
He ain't
Uh,
McDonald's with 4 wives.
they out there getting their money.
Oh, they gonna bring you the purse?
Yeah. No nothing come before the money. I eat some McDonald's once a week. I ain't mad. I ain't tripping.
I know
Cause
that's
guess what? I ain't pay for it.
He said he got 4. Well, you got 4 women.
We can knock it down to 3. One of them got out of hand. She ain't want to be kept, and I ain't in the business to be keeping no woman that ain't being kept. So got kicked to the curb.
What y'all
Wow.
say that? What y'all men got to say? What y'all men got to say about them having 3 women?
Hey, I mean, they're
They
doing
think
what
it's his choice.
Huh?
they're doing what he want to
They
do.
think it's his choice. They don't care.
Oh,
They do not care.
he do what he want to do. He just
Yeah,
do
it's
it.
clear. It's clear. Swaggy, Mr. Swaggy, what does 50-50 look like to you?
He said 100.
I said 100.
What does 100 look like to you?
Just doing whatever's necessary to make the relationship work. To me, I think the whole just breaking down like roles and stuff. I mean, like I guess it's good for talk, like how we can talk or debate or whatever the issue. But in the real relationship, don't nobody just sit there and be like, "Hey, look, here's your reminder of the list of things that you need to be doing, and here's your reminder of the list of things that you need to be doing." Like man, you just kind of just get together because y'all love each other, y'all been dating or whatnot, and then just let the relationship grow from there. Y'all just get together and just do whatever to make it work. Either y'all gonna do whatever to make it work, or you're not, and eventually it's gonna fall apart.
Yeah.
And
Preach.
so, but nobody actually sits there and actually analyzes the roles because it's different for everybody. Like I could go both my brothers that are married and ask them like, hey Chris, what exactly do you do, and what exactly does Kathy do, and Carlos, what exactly do you do, and what does Debbie do, and then it's like basically I bet you they'll all have something different that they say. But they've been married for years. It's been working for them. So.
We need to get back how grandma and great grandma and big mama
Exactly.
was. They was the ones who showed what women were supposed to do. But now these new chicks, I don't know where the message got crisscrossed at or where it got misconstrued at, but they must didn't listen to grandma and great grandma and big mama.
Mhm.
I agree. This generation is
Well,
something
well,
different.
that's where you fall wrong at because I always say grandmas are the ones who told us to be exactly what we are today because they hated everything about their lives.
Big Mama,
They
Big
and
Mama.
I love what X say. Imagine as a woman coming home from work and still has to cook, wash clothes,
So I got a question
and
with that.
walk.
I
You got all day.
look,
You
I
got
actually
all
like that.
day.
I actually like
This
that
thing I'm a
statement.
man at that.
See, I like that. I like that question that Makuth asks because if we're dating back to like our grandparents' time, like 1920s, 1930s, 50s, like within that time period, you also got to look at it. You said they hate doing all that. They had to work and they had to come home and clean the house. What were the men doing during that time? They
Working
were dying. They were dying, correct?
They were dying.
Last
Yep.
time I checked, World War II, over millions of people died. Husbands
in a
didn't come
war.
home.
In a war. They was at war.
No, let's tell it how it is. They were
They was at
dying.
war.
They were dying.
When I was younger, I would come home and
In
grandma would,
war. But as
Gra-
people who had
So-
families, those men weren't included in the dying.
So, Beauty, this is a question for you, like towards the women. Do y'all think
That's
about
true.
things like that? Because right
No.
now we have a draft that enlists men to fight in war regardless. The day you turn 18, would you want that for women? Because whether you know it or not, the rules are changing. Like next year, they
Yes,
were thinking about drafting
I
women.
would love to go to war. Actually, as a woman now, I would love. Yes, I would have love.
put them all, put them all on the front line.
I
Put them all on the
like
front
this.
line.
I like this because this is where the equality comes in.
Put them all on
Yes,
the, put them all,
Because-
put them,
Because look,
Put 'em
now,
all-
now you, my bad,
Hey,
bro. Go ahead, finish.
put them all on the front line, and we're gonna lose our country.
Because here's the thing,
Why
you stepping
not?
in my territory now. I'm not the greatest. I served my time in the military. I didn't do like too many wars, anything. I only been deployed once. But now the reason why I say this is because one of the things that they kind of infringed on was trying to get women into special forces. And then they claimed that the standards were too high because most of the women that entered couldn't pass special forces. And I know some beast of women in the military. Like I give it to my Marine sisters. Those some bad chicks. But still, they couldn't meet the standard. So now, did you know that our military lowered the standard to offer the opportunity? So it means that the men had to step down and become less trained or less qualified just to meet this equality. Are you willing to sacrifice your life and go out there and die? Are you willing to step up, lose limbs, sacrifice everything, knowing you may not come home to see your family? That's what's asked of
I
men.
think in my younger, and I would say, and if I was 18 and stuff, I would definitely have went to the military if that was offered to me. I would have wanted to go.
And you know, and I'm gonna tell you another thing. What they lowered the standards of the women that was coming in. With them lowering the standards of the women that coming in, a lot of them kind of made the men not more focused because they started to have relationships with the men, and the men started not to get focused, and that's another problem. They coming in there wearing their uniforms extra small and extra tight, showing off their
They was just
assets.
wearing their uniform. They didn't have to wear them extra tight. The body was going to do what the body was going to do anyway. The man should have been paying attention to what he was supposed to pay attention to in the first place, which was not the women that
they
was
are
coming.
I'm saying that, look, I'm not trying to make it like a full like male versus female. What I'm saying is there's a reason they separate us. There's a reason we have certain jobs for certain genders. It's not to discredit or say you can't do it, because I'll be the first one to tell you. I know some Marine women that can outrun me. Like there's some beasts of women, and I ain't ashamed to say that because they earned that. That's where the respect comes in. When you put your actions to what you say, then you earn the respect. You earn that credibility. And I think that us lowering the standards, or like when it comes to relationships, setting all these expectations, hey, I expect you to be Superman, this, that, but I'm not going to do anything or meet my part because I don't have to do that. That's where we get things screwed up, and we don't have that respect for each other.
Well said. Beautifully said. That was beautifully said.
But you know what? I think that the women that you are complaining with have those same issues. That it be men out here that expect so much as well, so much, and you just probably see you probably just run into the women that don't want to do anything, but the women who do want to do want to do a lot of stuff, they're also running into the men that don't want to do anything. That's what I think is going on.
Those
I
are the
think
one.
you liking the women. I think that you're liking the women who like, I ain't about to do anything. What you supposed? I think that's who you're attracted to.
I'm not attracted to. That's what I've experienced.
That's why I get started
Like
laughing.
it's more of a numbers
No,
game.
You
no.
experience
Like I
that
said,
because that's what you're attracted to.
no,
You
no,
couldn't
not at
experience them
all.
kind of women if you weren't attracted to those kind of
No,
women.
not at all.
Yes,
Because
yes,
you weren't paying
experiencing the
attention to what
women
I
that you
said,
are
Beauty.
attracted to.
You weren't paying attention. I just told you I met some badass Marine women. I give them lots of respect. You know why? Because they're a rare breed. It's a smaller quality than every woman I've seen outside the military or outside that branch. So those women have earned a higher level of respect. I find that attractive. One. Number two, not even on a sexual level. It's just the respect that they earn. That's something that they command, and I got to give it to them because they set themselves apart from regular women. That's what I attract. But once I got out of the military, I'm back to a civilian. I'm nothing special. I'm not the shit. I would never put myself on a pedestal. I'm a regular
Right.
human. But now that I'm back in the regular world, all I
You
see
get
is,
regular
hey,
women.
I deserve this or I expect this. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. Have your expectations. But I'm going to have my expectations. I expect you to do this. Oh, you sexist, or how dare you expect this of me? You
Mm.
got expectations. Why can't I have them? Isn't that
Ooh,
equality?
ooh. That's like they say. The women they want their equal rights. Well, they need to get equal lefts too.
Exactly.
They need to get
And
equal what now?
equal
They
left.
want equal lefts.
It's like
Okay.
it's a boxing analogy or a fighting analogy. It's not
Oh,
that you literally want to fight women, but in this day and age, women argue, hey, we can do what men do until they actually step into a man's world. And then they're
right.
like, oh, this ain't fair.
Until
You know,
until and until you ask them to build a street or build a building or build a railroad. I can't do that. I just got my nails done.
But
yeah.
they're not designing those kind of jobs anyway. Like they don't want anything to do with like blue collar. Maybe a few, but most of them. I mean, like they desire they want the power jobs. Like they want to be CEOs
Yep.
and presidents of companies and stuff like that.
But then if
That's what they be hollering
but
about.
when you give them those type of jobs, then they want to try to be the boss of a man. They want to try to emasculate a man, and that's why you don't want to put them in those positions because then they will turn into a man.
And that's where the problem lies,
I
that
don't think they don't
disconnect.
want to be men. Like I said, I
Because,
would have loved to go to the military, but that don't mean that I want to be a man just because I want to go into war and fight for the country. That don't
so
make you want to be a man.
let me ask you this, because now you got my interest with that question. Why would you want to go to war?
I mean, I feel like that's why I say at that age, because at this age, no, right? But at 18, you fighting for your country, you got so many, and then not only that, you just got so less life to worry about. You not really accountable for nothing at that age. That's why I say it have to be at that age. At straight out of high school, then it's so many things that they're willing and able to pay for. So they paying for college. Take that off your back. I just feel like you get so many benefits of enrolling into the military
So
at
let me ask you,
18.
you see those benefits, right? They can help you out, right?
Yes, benefits.
Are you willing to take a mother away from her child for those benefits?
At 18, you don't even have kids usually. At 18, you
No,
don't
not
have
you. I'm saying, are you willing to kill a mother and take them away from their child for those benefits so you can go to school?
Yes, yes. I'm
Mm-mm,
in the
mm-mm.
I'm in the military for that, right? Is
Mhm.
that what we want to work for? Yes.
That's your job.
Why would I go to the military if I'm not willing to do the job of being in the military? It's
And
that
that's the
mother or it's me.
that's
It's
the
that mother
question.
or it's me. That mother that's out there is gonna be willing to do me.
So this is my next question. Can you live with that on your shoulders for the rest of your life?
Yes. Listen, that mother out there that's on the other side of the war is gonna live with it if she did me.
And I'm
She
I'm
gonna
not
live
saying you're
with
wrong.
that.
There's
So
a
why wouldn't
reason
I be willing to live with living? I
there's a
have to
reason
take
why I
somebody
asked
to
you that.
earth for myself to live.
There's a reason why I asked you that. Do you know why?
Why?
Did you catch your hesitation?
I did.
Yeah, but and after that, I still answered. I'll have to do it because it's either her or it's me.
Now I get that. Now see, I'm not judging you on that because we're forced to make that decision. My whole point in asking that is take the military out of it and just put regular life. Will you be willing to make that same decision?
No, I
Because
already said that
there's
before. I don't think that that's right at all. I don't even understand why we really even have to go to war, to be
so
honest. But if
this
we have to, yeah,
this is
it's
the
her or me.
dichotomy.
It's
Uh,
not about to be me.
I'm gonna explain to you, and it's not like a full scale. This ain't no political or like military stuff. I can't speak for them. The reason why I asked you that question is these are the tough decisions that women expect men to make. This is part of that security factor. This is something men are already expected to know before they turn 18. Hey, you're
Mm-hmm.
going to die for your country if needed. Hey, you're going to die for your wife if needed. You're going to die for your children if needed. You're going to have to be able to kill for your children if needed. There's no questions. There's no hesitation. If I asked any man on this panel, he would have said yes without the hesitation. You hesitated. Why?
Maybe I had to think about the question, but at the end of the day, my answer remained the same. I know that if I'm out there to do a job and it's that person against me, they not about to hesitate or not do it to me. I'm gonna
And you
do it.
and you're
I
right.
think
I'm not saying you're wrong at all. But what
And
I'm
then not
pointing
only that, I'm hesitating right here, right? But as I'm being trained to be out there, and I'm already knowing what I'm facing when I get out there. I'm not about to hesitate when I'm out there. You
yeah,
train before you get out there to do it.
that's the thing. Key word, you train. That's why I said
You're
take the
trained.
military out of it now and continue the same question. You don't have no training. This is the expectation that women have on men off the get-go. From the
that
time you are a child as a man, you're expected to provide, protect the house. You are the
Y'all are
guardian.
training to do that too.
No,
That is
not
no,
always.
yes, no.
And
As
no,
a
I can prove
boy,
it.
as
Here's
a
why.
boy, no,
No,
you're
here's
not about
why
to
I
tell
can
the truth.
prove it.
As a boy, y'all grow up being trained to take care
No,
of the
not
house,
necessarily,
trained
and
to
I
be
can
the
prove
man
it.
of the house,
You know why?
trained.
You know
Why?
why? I'm not trying to be rude. How many single parent households are there?
that's what I was just about to say. Does a single mother teach a man to do that? Because she can't
A,
raise a
sing-
man.
a single mother is the one who mainly is teaching. If she a single mother who is teaching the son to be whatever,
A
But she
woman
can't
cannot
she
teach a
can't
nobody
raise a
man how to
man.
be a
teaching
man.
that. Nobody's teaching him.
That is.
She's teaching that boy.
Who
She's
teaching you?
See,
teaching him.
I'm not going to
As a
discredit a
single
mother.
parent,
A
who teaching
mother can teach a kid how to survive, but a woman cannot teach a man how to be a man. It is impossible.
How
He
you
had
feel
to
about that,
learn.
Swaggy?
He had to learn through his
No,
father
I
or
agree. I
learn
agree with
through
that.
experience. Because there's a lot of things. You don't just learn how to fight. You got to get your ass whooped. Either you adapt or you fail. Point blank.
Exactly.
who teaching you how to
Beauty.
be
A
a
lot of
man?
boys these days are trained to be moms,
Yeah. Who teaching you how to be a man?
boys, mother boys,
Hmm?
and possibly yes,
My son, hey, B. My son say
yes.
he's teaching him.
He said what?
He say he's self-teaching him.
His
He
self
says
teaching him.
self-teaching, right?
He say he's
Which means
self-teaching
he's
him.
gaining experience. He's going out on his own. He's going to fail, and he's either going to adapt or he's going to die. Point blank. That's being a man.
My
Mhm.
dad, my dad was one of the biggest pimps on the South Side, and I got the game from him.
Ed, where you from? Where you from?
Chicago.
Oh, you say
Ooh, Shot-town in the house.
I thought you talking about over here.
But a
Please, if
woman,
I'm saying something wrong, please educate me because
no,
I'm more than willing to learn.
you're saying everything right because like you said, we ain't gonna discredit a woman from raising boys, but you can't raise a man. There's things that a man gonna go through out there that a lot of women don't go through. So
Exactly.
even with the police, women don't really go through what a young black man will go through with the police.
Yeah,
As far
that's
as
true.
even just getting pulled over or anything like that is it's a lot.
Well,
Is it?
I guess it depends on the certain areas because women are going through things with the police as well as we see. A lot of women, maybe not on the same scale as y'all, right? But women are going through the same kind of things.
And that's fine,
And
beauty. Like, we're not discrediting that because we know y'all got your own individual struggles that you go through. The difference is men aren't trying to share or like compete with women on those struggles. I'm not going to compete
right,
with you on what it's like to be a woman. That doesn't interest me. That never caught my mind. I just know what I have to do as a man. And like, hey, this is what I got to do to get better. This is what I have to do to prepare for a family. Like, if I see a weakness in myself, I have to address it, and I have to either assert, like, make myself better, or just face the point. Hey, that's going to be my weak point. I can't do this. I need to find a way to make up for this. And a lot
And
of
that
people like take for today. Not to cut you off, brother. I'm sorry. Take for today. A lot like these days we got a lot of gun issues. That's because a majority of people out here don't know how to fight. They weren't taught to fight. They never grew up fighting. They don't know how to handle things as a man. They figure, hey, the best solution is I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna get this gun because it's less involved. There's less pain. There's more like chance to run. So that's a simple solution. Back in the day when we grew up, like what, 70s, 80s, 90s, you saw things with your fists. Either you lose or you win. You develop that respect. You live to see another day, and either that beef continues or is settled right then and there.
and I want to put some blame on the government too because they were the ones who empowered or enabled a lot of these women to say, I don't need a man in the house. I will take these benefits, these food stamps, this welfare check, keep the man out of the house. We will take care of it. And you don't need a man. And a lot of women have got that in their mind that I don't need a man because I got the government behind me to give me what I need.
I 100% agree. And what that did is that devalued our position in the household as a man. So not only like are we taken away from the family settings raised in single parent households, like for a majority of us, we don't have the privilege to learn that other side because our parent is taken away from us. And it works both ways, whether you're male or female, you live with your dad or your mom. There's always going to be a dichotomy that's missing that you don't know how to balance when it comes to real world scenarios. Like maybe some women may be better than men at handling things at a job situation. Like, hey, there's other ways around this, whereas a man probably want to fight right away. Like, hey, we'll solve this right now. A woman may be more like
that is so
intellectual
true.
and be able to explain herself or like find ways to work around it. That's the benefit a woman can offer in a relationship. One is intangible. Two, you compliment me as a man. Because like I said, I could have anger issues. That could be my shortcoming. Now my wife or my spouse just complimented my shortcomings. She can be like, hey, babe, chill. You can revert back to your old ways. This is a better way to handle the situation. Thank you. You bring value to my
Oh,
life.
thank you.
And now I can pass that on to my kids. So if I know when it comes to raising kids, if I fall short, hey, my wife got that. I don't got to worry about it because I know I'm going to handle it a certain way. I'm probably not the best person for the job. And I won't challenge my wife's authority. Hey, this is our house, but I appoint you the woman of the house. You handle the kids and everything in the house. I'm not going to challenge your authority. But when it comes to outside, I'm expected to defend my family. Oh no, before you walk through that door, you go through me. Here's the rules. Here's what I expect you to do before you even walk in my door. Don't bring that nonsense from outside in my house.
And that's why we need the women to go back to being women, because women do got all the game in the world, but just like the gentleman said, it's to complement the man, because a man can go through a lot of stuff, like he said, but that strong woman is going to be there to be his peace, not be toxic, not be out in the streets, not be out in the clubs, not be out on vacations, women vacations. They're going to be his peace, and they're going to be able to mellow him out and share some of that game that she got, because women do have a lot of game.
Yeah.
But that was the
And
first thing I came on here and said was the woman was supposed to be the peace. Ain't it?
see,
I
I see a
did.
question. Malkut.
Thank
Asked,
you.
I don't know it's going now, but he had a great statement.
Thank you. Thank you. I love what he said. The problem is when men and women identify them, exploit each other's weakness. That is so true. We
And
start to learn one another, and
and
we will
here's where we
get
need to find a
further.
balance in terms of a
And
relationship, like relating to that question that he just posted,
thank you.
or not question, that statement. It's okay, like not to challenge each other, but to make each other better. You might have like these little petty arguments, but at the end of the day, you're in the house. Don't challenge when you got to face the world. Don't come home and challenge each other. Like,
Right. And tear each other down. And
yeah,
tear each other down.
it's
That's
like,
when I
hey,
think it be no coming back. It depends on how bad the tearing down was. Man.
No. What he's saying is, even though the women do have a lot of game, she needs to overall stick with what the man said, because he is the leader, he is the head, just like you said. So even though we could compromise on a few things, the man's word should be law.
yeah. And what I mean by that, because he's absolutely right. And take this with a grain of salt,
Beauty
because
don't like it. Beauty don't like it. She
I
don't
don't
like
know.
it.
I'm just listening. You don't want me to just listen. You want me to be going back and forth. I'm not going to do it.
no
I'm
beauty,
here to listen. I
beauty.
think you ain't used to that.
Take this
Somebody
with
that
a
know
grain.
how to listen.
Take this with a
But
grain of salt, because it is gonna sound sexist. Like, there's no sugarcoating it. If y'all, like, say we're in a relationship,
uh-huh.
if we were to lose the house, the cars, and you don't know where your next meal is coming from, who takes the blame for all that?
The man.
Be honest.
Sometimes.
No, be honest.
The
Beauty.
man.
I said you're right. I said, beauty. If it's me and you, this is like, say we're in a relationship right now. It's just me and you. If
It's
we
just
lose the
me.
house, the car, who are you blaming? Be honest. Be honest. Don't sugarcoat it. We live.
And don't sugarcoat it. Don't sugarcoat it. We live.
Oh, see, I would blame us. But that's what I'm saying. I'm more of a fixer sign. Like, I want to work together. So I never put the blame on the 100% of the other person. We're in a partnership. If we lose the cars, we lost those cars because
So
we could have figured it out. We could have did something to figure it out.
If
It's
you ain't
never
got no
on
job,
one
if you ain't got no
person.
job, if you ain't
But
got
let
no
her
job,
get
that's the man.
let her
It's
but let her
never
get
on
let her
one person.
let her get mad at you. Let you have a disagreement, or let her get mad at you.
Let
Oh,
someone, he said
nigga, you
beauty.
lost the cars.
Please open
You
up
did this.
Eric
You
liked
ain't.
to speak for beauty. I wish that Eric would simply speak for Eric and stop trying to speak for beauty, please.
And beauty,
I would
that's
appreciate
fair.
if you speak for Eric.
That's
No, I
fair.
wasn't speaking for you. I was speaking in general. Most of the
No,
time,
you
a
were
woman.
speaking for beauty, and you need to speak for Eric. Or
No, he was
Okay,
even
speaking in general. He
speaking
was
in
speaking in
general,
general.
speak
Yeah, I was speaking in general. I was saying, like,
Speaking in
well,
general.
let that be a situation, and watch a woman go, you ain't nothing. Let her get mad at you. You let the cars in the house go. You ain't nothing. You ain't do this. You ain't do that. That's exactly what they gonna
But
do.
look,
See,
Eric,
that's because that's the
but
women that y'all have dealt with. I have actually been in situations similar to what y'all speaking of, and I'm like, what do we need to do to fix it? What do we need to do to get back? What do we? This
Now,
not on one person. It's
now,
never
beauty,
on one person to fix the situation.
But what if
beauty.
he the only one
I think
working?
in a situation, huh?
Like the man, like him, like
Then
he
you
got
go get some income. Then you go find yourself a job if it's minimum wage to help the family. The family is in trouble.
But
That's what
what
I'm
if you
getting at.
got kids? What if you got kids? What if you have kids?
Okay, okay. So where's grandma? Can grandma watch the kids for a couple hours? Because we have to
Grandma not
fix
alive.
this
Grandma not
family.
alive. She
Now,
not
now,
alive.
beauty. Let me get this out first. Beauty, this is me and you going back to the scenario. You said it's on us, right?
Yes.
As a man, this is just Kevin speaking. I can't speak for everybody. I wouldn't even throw that in question that it's on us. It's on me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing I would think about. What do I got saved up in my emergency savings? What overtime can I get? What extra shifts can I take on? I got to make it happen. There's no excuse. I'm not going to blame you because when I made those vows, when like I meant them to love, honor, protect, provide. That's up to me to hold that vows. I'm not going to look at what you're doing. I'm going to see what I'm doing wrong.
All right now.
You're a second thought in that. And this is just me. I can't speak for all men
This how it's
because
supposed to be.
the first thing I'm going to do is what do I do wrong? And I'm going to take that twig out of my eye before I point the twig that's in your eye.
Yep.
Yeah, I think any man could agree with that. Like, basically, if
Not
something's
all of
wrong,
them.
you're gonna.
Not all of them.
Well,
Well,
if my girls get me in that position, then they gonna get replaced.
Thank you, Ed.
well,
That's exactly what I represent. The one who's trying to keep it together. What is we willing to do to fix it? I'm definitely the fixer. I'm like, we gotta fix it. We gotta fix it. I will work so long and hard to fix things, not let them get out of control. And if they is like I said, then go get an income. All them other things. Okay, we got kids. Okay, where's grandma? The grandmas can now get involved. Listen, we need help. Aunties, we need help. Somebody could watch them
But
babies
like,
for a couple of
but,
hours.
but
Now,
like Kevin said, but that'll make a real man to feel less than a man that can't provide for his family. That's why
exactly,
Kevin said. That's why I say you got to know that role.
exactly.
That go back to that role that you play. A real man ain't fit to want a real
I
man.
understand that, but if the family is in jeopardy, a real man will also let that woman step up because that
No,
is her role. That
We're
is
gonna
her role to
emasculate
be his backbone and step up in a time of need. Now she can go home and sit down and fall back when times get back easy for that man. But the role of the wife is actually to step in.
That's gonna emasculate them.
no, but
Yeah,
see, like Malcolm said too. See, a lot of real men that will now that like that'll do something to them. I know, kid, I'm not a man, but I know that'll do something to you if you can't provide for your family. You like, man, I don't want my wife to go do nothing. This is my fault. I'm the provider of this family, of my wife. Why would I look like telling my wife to go get a job or do this and that? And I'm the man of this family. I'm the man. I'm the head of
yep.
this.
Because guess what they're gonna do? Something motivated.
Malcolm
Soon as
feeling
you,
the same way
soon,
too. Look at Malcolm.
soon as
Malcolm
you,
feeling the same thing too. He don't want his wife to go do that. He
soon
said,
as
I don't
y'all,
want my wife to have to do anything.
soon as y'all, guess what? Because soon as y'all get in that next argument, guess what she gonna do?
She gonna throw it up.
Oh, nigga, I'm the one who had to
That
do this. I'm the one who had to do that. I'm the one who had to get us back on track because you couldn't do
Yep.
it. And emasculate that man and make him feel bad.
They can feel less
And
than.
Eric is right. If I can jump in, I don't mean to cut you off. Eric is absolutely right with this generation because that's what we've been taught. Like, hey, take care of yourself first. Like your significant other comes later, and that's the mindset we've been developed. Now, what most people don't realize is that's also like systematic, the way things have been put in place. Because ever since World War II happened and women stepped up to work, these companies now expect that. They're like, hey, I can get more employees, or there's not that gender expectation anymore. Like, if you're willing to work, cool. That's better for my business. You're only making me more money and letting me do less work. So now, since men and women have set that precedence, look at the housing market, for example. Housing market has doubled. It used to be what, around like 200, 300K? Now the average house is like 485,000. It's expected to have two incomes. The minimum expectation to make is around like 180 to 200K just to be able to afford a house. But
And
that's just the
and that,
blind thing. They
and,
expect both of y'all to work. So
and
that's
no-
part of how we've been raised. Whereas the old days, the man was only expected to work. That's why you can afford to stay at home. That's why you can afford to raise the kids. So it's also a business thing and not just a relationship thing. But we get caught up in like pointing the blame at each other, and we don't see the bigger picture or step back. Where like a couple should say, "All right, cool. This is what's going on. Like in our household, this is what's going on in the world. Like right now, it's hard for most people to get a job. That's when you step back, like, hey, what can we cut back on? How can we survive? Instead of doing that, people are like, oh, you know what? I can do bad all by myself, or I can find someone that can do better than what you can offer me. And that's where we
exactly.
got life screwed up.
Mhm.
And the thing we got to realize too, like even with the housing market even going up, like I think the national medium for what men make across the board is like I think like
47,
like
like
47,000, and so it's
mhm,
like basically only the top 1% or 3% of whatnot make what like 100
what?
some thousand plus. So it's like
Yep.
You're right.
that's a huge gap. I mean, like to expect man nowadays who's making what the nation make to basically start making top 1%. We all can't make top 1% money.
You're
Exactly.
right. No, you're right. And all these women nowadays, they thinking that they can get a top 1% value man, and that's not realistic.
Nah,
True.
because what is the rest of the
I have a
99?
question back now. I have a question.
Yeah.
Now, if that happens where the wife, where the family is falling behind and the husband need help, do you want the wife help?
It depends on the individual person. I
No,
personally,
you. No,
oh,
you.
no, that's what I'm
You.
saying. I personally, I wouldn't want that. Like in times of need, will it be helpful? Yes. But even before, like I'm not in a relationship right now. Even before relationship, I already got plans set up in my life that if something were to happen to me or my family, they're taken care of. So I'm not worried about that because I know at the very least their needs are going to be taken care of already before I even jumped in a relationship.
Mm.
So no.
No,
Eric, what are you laughing about?
I can't have a friendly giggle.
It's a
No. No. Yes, I
Yeah,
want
who's going
help,
to get
but
anything?
need it, right?
Now GC,
You give it to
you
me.
starting to turn into somebody else now. You wouldn't this ain't how you usually be, GC. Now I've been reading your comments the past couple of days. You kind of switched up a little bit on us.
He's switching.
Yeah, he done switched up. I've been reading his comments the past couple of nights, and he been real woman friendly, and he wasn't like that before. Maybe
GC
because
like times is hard now.
maybe
No,
because he got
GC said that. No, he basically agreed with what the brother was saying though.
No, he
ma-
not. No,
no,
he
he's not. No, he ain't.
no
And
he
that's
he said
maybe
yes, I
Uh,
would. What he say? Yes, I
yeah,
want to help
He
with.
he said well he
no,
said he would want her to be the best that she can be, but
yeah.
if
Now
if
let me
GC if
let me
GC was
clarify.
still hold on. If
Go
GC
ahead, go
was
ahead.
back in the day, still in his 20s, GC ain't asking nobody for help, and he could comment on that. And he know what I'm talking about. Now maybe he feel like that now that he older, but back in his 20s, he ain't need no help from no woman.
Mm.
and
Now let me clarify something. I'm not
that be the time
backtracking.
when you need the help from the one because you're not making though that like once you're older,
Now
you're not making that same kind of dough starting off.
can I go back on something? I'm not backtracking. Like my answer's still no. But beauty to answer that question, would I want the help? Yes. That will relieve issue like pressure on me. Do I need it? No. And the reason why I say that is because in my experience or my personal style, I've learned not to rely on anyone. So I don't expect my wife to help, a spouse, or anything. In fact, I expect the opposite. And these days, like knowing this generation, I already expect the girl to leave way ahead of time. So I already plan on being by myself anyway, if something like that was to happen. So in
Exactly.
that case, I'm good. I don't expect it because I expect the worst out of people, not the best. And that's unfortunate.
Nowadays, if you get a chick around my age right now and you fall off, she going out the door. She going out the door, bro.
Without a
She going out
doubt.
the door. And
Without hesitation, bro.
she probably got the next one on deck that was already DMing her Instagram, and he already on deck, ready to step in.
Women like Batman, man.
It's
They
not that
stay
I
with
want
contingency plans.
No, that is
What you
there.
say, Judy?
I was just reading his question out loud. Go ahead.
Now
Right
read it
answer.
again.
It's not that I won't help, right? It's no, it's there.
It's there if you
Help
need
is,
it. That's exactly.
help is there.
It's
I
like,
think
hey, it would be nice. I don't expect it. It would just be nice. That's all.
there's a whole lot of trauma in the chat tonight. It is a whole lot of. I know. I'm like, who
Nah,
hurt you?
we just being honest, man. This
Yeah,
real
I'm
talk, man. Everybody else on TV gonna BS you, man. We real people with real problems. Why
I'm
hide
bringing,
it?
I'm bringing the trauma every night.
It's a whole lot of trauma in the chat tonight.
What do you mean about the Trump?
They're
Yeah,
saying we got problems like people
So,
been
so
hurt.
to answer that, you said yes. You would want that help.
No,
He said no.
no, I said I wouldn't. Like it would be nice to have, but I don't expect it.
You don't expect, but it would. Okay.
And if and if it was a girl my age, he ain't gonna get it, cause she gonna leave.
Oh, if they your age, Ari, you know them female your age, they gonna bounce quick.
I mean, a female his age ain't really got it to help anyway. That's the thing. They're still building themselves
Oh
to
yeah.
be whatever they need to be.
All
Even the man that age is still working on building themselves to
all
be whatever they need to be.
all they doing
The only thing
is
y'all can do at that age is help one another.
going to the club, studying to be nurses, going to be nurses, getting in the hospital and getting extra niggas on the side, and going to the club and going on girls trips. That's all they do.
Mhm.
See? Now, Beauty, you said something. You said during that age, like they're not established themselves. That's true. But
Exactly.
let me ask this: why isn't the same grace offered to a young man at that age?
I said both. I said
Yeah.
both.
yeah. Well, the young man should be focused on. He should be focused on building himself up anyway before he just ends up really like jumping into it. But I mean, as a young man, I mean, like you know what I'm saying. I mean, like you're trying to have your fun too, and then so that's where it is. I think going back though to the part where basically like do we need the women's help or anything like that? It's like
Yeah.
man, do we factor in like are we factoring families in this? Like do you like do you want to
Right.
you have a family like you like kids that you're providing for that you don't want them to you don't want them to suffer like the same way you did growing up basically. And so
Yeah.
basically if you're struggling a little bit, you're also taking away from them too. And
Yeah.
so basically like as a family or as at least as the mom and dad, like you want to at least make sure because they're not taking care of themselves. Like they're relying on y'all. And so like if there's a discrepancy to where like, hey, well you shouldn't work and maybe we'll just have to like just settle for this or that or man, I mean like if like wouldn't you just necessarily just do what's necessarily good for the family? Like
Exactly.
because if it doesn't work out and the family ends up breaking up, then the children end up hurting from that. To be honest.
That's why the women need to stay back and stay home and keep on raising the children and making sure they're good and let that man figure out the next move because he's going to make that way. So the woman just stay on home, keep on doing what you was doing, making sure the kids are good and everything, make sure they all right. That man is going to make sure that he finds a way to get that done.
And see,
Yeah.
and even in that sense, like you're speaking about like young kids who aren't in school, but kids start school at what, like 5, so they're gonna be in school anyway throughout the day.
Yeah.
Right.
So why they in school then she needs to keep on making sure that the house is made up and everything is ready, and or when he come home that he know that he got that peace at home. So when he goes back out there, when he comes back home, he know he's at that safe space and he's at that peaceful space that he can gather all his thoughts. So when he got to go back out that next day, he know what he's going. He know at least home is going to be cool.
True.
Yeah.
Well,
You gotta make sure you're providing. Also, you gotta do your part, like, because we can talk like male and female, but we gotta own up to our side also.
right. I just
And,
well, I
and
do.
what do you think y'all side is?
Like I
Because
said,
the man has a side inside the home too. Like basically, he helps rear the kids. He takes out the trash. He's gonna do like you live in the home. He's gonna do all the yard work outside. She's not gonna be cutting the lawn and all that other stuff.
Oh yes, she is.
see, one,
She ain't
one
gonna be
thing.
cutting the lawn.
See,
He tell you she is.
see, I was lucky enough, like at least compared to this current generation, I was lucky enough to have both my parents and learn from them. My mom showered me with love, affection, all that, and I appreciate that. But there's some things my dad taught me, like from a man's perspective. The man is expected to teach the kids the tough times, like the struggle aspects. That's where that discipline comes from, and that's a lot of things. Like that's the main thing that this younger generation is lacking is actually discipline, like the strength to pursue or keep going through it when times get hard, knowing when to shut up. Like when someone else has power, sometimes you gotta shut up, push through it. It's gonna hurt. You're not going to be able to express yourself. You're not going to be able to get your point across. You may want to fight this, that. But as a father, it's up to us to teach these younger generations how to navigate through life, prepare them for the worst situations so that they're strong enough to survive on their own when we die.
Right.
That's the thing.
Yeah. I think the thing with teaching with kids nowadays is too many outside influences. I should say we allow too many outside influences to too much power in the home to where
Social
basically
media.
they can determine basically
Social media.
because with like for example, like when I was growing up you got spanked. Nowadays
I was just about to say that, bro, because
Right.
I don't want to say the system or the way our policies and rules are changing. You as a parent have less power of disciplining your kids and running the household the way you're
Right.
supposed to run it. So
They
now
said
you
that the
face
kids
that
got right.
dichotomy to where you give kids power to where a kid can be like, oh, I'm gonna call CPS. How dare you put your hands on me? You're like,
Right.
mother, I feed you, I provide for you, this, that. I wish you would.
Right.
Growing up, I
Right.
wouldn't even dare open up my mouth to my parents. But this social media era is like, oh, they get online. Oh, my parents abused me. They hit me. No, shut up. You just being disciplined because you ran your mouth.
Exactly. Exactly. Like ain't nobody abusing you like that.
Like that.
Not like that. Like I mean, but if you have a
Right,
line,
right,
shoot.
right.
What
Yeah,
happened to Eric? Eric jumped out.
I think so. Either he
Yeah,
stepped out or got kicked out.
yeah. He probably will be back. His phone probably died.
Yeah.
But what's your thoughts on that, Beauty? Are like,
Yeah,
has
I don't
that
like it
ever been
either.
something you thought about? As far as like the disciplinarian side, as a woman, is that something you think about when it comes to disciplining your children or preparing them for the world and the adversity they will face?
Yeah, I think all people need discipline, right? It shape us to the people who we're gonna be. When you go out, you gotta be disciplined because the world is gonna handle you if you're not, right? You can't go out there being disrespectful and you don't even know it's rules out here because you ain't never had no rules in the house. Now you
Which is
out there,
great.
you got to get into some stuff that you could have avoided if you just mind your business or kept your mouth shut.
If you don't
So,
discipline your kid, that the court system's going to do it.
or the world.
And that judge isn't going to show no leniency compared depending on what that crime
What
was.
you gonna do? And
You
not only
expect
that, and then not only the judge, right, but the world. I mean, you can get into something now that you don't walk away from. So
exactly, and no one teaches you that. You're expected to know it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like so Mr. Swaggy said it right. If the parents aren't there to teach you, the world sure will teach you. You'll learn
yeah,
real quick.
yeah.
I always share like this funny story. Like this is something that was mediocre or like minuscule. When I was deployed, I didn't know anything about the Middle East, for example. Big culture shock. We were going through the airport and I handed my papers with my left hand. I didn't know in some cultures the left hand is the one they wipe their behind with. It's seen as the filthy hand.
Right.
So it
Right.
was extremely disrespectful to hand papers over there. To me, I didn't know that because I'm left-handed. I grew up, I'm like, oh, this is just ordinary. They lost their mind. The police got mad at me. They're like, what are you doing? This, that. The military got mad at me. They go, why are you handing it with your left hand? And I'm just
Right.
sitting there like, I don't know. Could have caused a whole international incident just for not knowing.
Right. Man, it's like that. It was even like that in Jamaica when I went, because I'm left-handed, and basically, I extended out my hand to shake someone's hand, and they was like, oh no, you can't do that, man. That's disrespect.
Yep.
Like you have to do it with the right hand. And I'm like, oh, my bad. Like, man, ain't nobody ever. Not saying ain't nobody ever told me nothing like that, but man, that's the first time somebody has confronted me like that.
Yeah,
And
but
I think I was handing him something, or I was just looking to shake his hand or something like that. And that was
Yeah.
in Jamaica.
But something as simple as that, like, is a different culture, difference in how we were raised, what our expectations are. If we don't talk about things or share these, like in little like sessions like this, for example, nobody's gonna know. We just got all these random expectations, what they expect, and the biggest thing we're missing is something as simple as talking to each other. We lost the plot.
Right. Well,
Hey,
I think.
welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Who's that? Malkuf? How you say your
Yeah.
name, bro?
You had it right. It's good. Can you hear me okay?
Malkuf? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I chimed in because this topic right now brings home to me like so much. The whole thing about parenting and discipline, because I'm dealing with that right now. My wife and I, we got a 15-year-old, and one of the things that you all was saying that I wanted to kind of get my take on when it comes to discipline, because I was just asking my wife before I called in, how do we approach discipline, especially with regard to when you were saying how the kids these days are in the driver's seat, right? Everything is enabling them to say we can't tell them the things are kind of tying our hands as parents. So I realized, like, when I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of physical discipline. I didn't get spankings. My father was in play. What he did with me was he appealed to my logic. Like, what makes sense? It's okay if I get emotional. That's one thing, but at the same time, what's my returning point? What makes sense? So that approach is what I took to my son. So, because ultimately he is in the driver's seat, and that when they say with great power comes great responsibility, right? So I
That's
tell
right.
him to be accountable for his actions, and he understands that. So that's how I'm dealing with it. I don't have to do a whole lot of yelling. Sometimes I'll do or say things to get his attention, but once I got his attention, I'm able to get off of the more or less attack mode and let's bring it home and let's talk about it and figure it out. So does that make sense? That's our approach with regard to how it seems like everything, the parents are not in control these days. So if that's going to
True.
be the case, I'm going to tell him, if you're going to be on in the driver's seat, I'm going to teach you how to drive. Does that
Exactly.
make sense?
Yeah.
So
So
I'm glad you said that, brother, because like growing up, the time that I had with my dad, like my dad was a cop and he taught me things
was
that I
mine.
should know.
So was mine. Yep. Go
Like
ahead.
he taught me things I should know as a black man. One, just how to survive, how people are gonna judge me and look at me. And then he taught me things about the law, how I should conduct myself, what the world expects of me, and everything. So I had to grow up fast. And it's either, hey, this is how you handle this situation. And the older I got, or the more I grew into understanding. And there's going to be that little era where they challenge you. They think they're an adult now. That's when you can no longer hold their hand. You got to let them go and face the adversity. And that's the
Yep.
struggle with raising men. I don't have no kids, but as I was growing up, that's the struggle that I had to face. There was a time when my dad let go. He was like, I'm not going to give you advice. It's not that he didn't love me. He was like, you're a man now. You have to make your own decisions. And I'm not always going to be there to guide you. So because of that lesson, I cherish both my parents like equally, but I cherish my dad like what he offered, not more than my mom, but I'm saying the little moments that I had with him, I hold it to heart because it got me to where I am today. I could have been in the streets, I could have been lost, I could have been hanging out with everyone else, like doing drugs, selling drugs, or doing something, because that's what was expected of me as a black man. They were like, "You're not gonna succeed." And I was scared because I was lost, like at 18, 19. And when my dad was like, "Hey, you on your own," it was like, all right, I ran to the military. And I'm not saying that like as fear. I was like, I need to be disciplined. I need to be stronger. I saw some iniquities in myself that I needed to correct. And I thank God that I had my dad in my life to teach me that young. And same with my mom. She taught me that. Like, don't get me wrong, but as a man, it's different. Like a mom can teach you to survive, how to get by. She can show you the love and show you how valuable you are as a person. A dad's job is to instill that discipline. Like, hey, you're going to hate me, but I'm going to teach you how to navigate this world. That's my job. If you learn nothing else from me, you're going to learn how to survive.
Yep.
I think we should understand that even as a man, I mean, like you're never too old. You're never too well, never too old to learn anything.
Mhm.
Like even so, like even times growing up when I was younger, even now sometimes like man, I mean like my parents were still able to still able to help me out. They didn't like, hey, well, bro, I don't know what you about to do, man. Like this is streets for you, brother. Like, nah, they weren't like that. I mean, like you're still your your dad and your mom's kid, and like they're always going to see you as that. And
Yeah.
just like when you have kids and you, like you say you have a 15-year-old, I have a 16-year-old daughter. It's like basically, I mean, like we're not going to abandon them like that neither. No matter at what age. I
Yeah.
mean,
And
like you can show them some tough love, but
don't get me wrong. Like, I don't want to misspeak or say like my parents abandoned me, because I know the internet like to pick and choose what they want to hear. My parents didn't abandon me. It was one of those things like a coming of age. It's like, hey, you got to make your decision. What is it going to be? Like, you
So
work, you go to the
so
military,
what
you
you're
go to
saying more
college.
or less is like they didn't let you. It's not that they abandoned you. It's this they gave
No,
you the space to figure it out, right?
yeah, that's what I'm trying to portray. They didn't just say, hey, you 18, get out of my house. No, it was like, all right, time's ticking. You got to learn. What are your plans? What are you going to do? How are you going to navigate your life? And it wasn't like I said, they didn't abandon me. It was just like, hey, you're an adult now. You got to learn to make decisions for yourself. And I can only imagine, like I said, I'm not a parent, but I can only imagine how devastating that is to fight your inner self to like, hey, I got to let my kid walk on their own. I want to be there. I want to protect them. I want to do this. But eventually, I'm not always going to be there for them. They
See,
have
and that,
to go
as
through a
you're
certain
saying
point.
that, my wife is here in the background. We got different attitudes. She just agreed with you totally. Where I'm like, that's the holiday for me because when my son is out, that will prove whatever it is that we instilled in him and what stuck
Yeah,
and what didn't work. So
you
I'm looking
succeeded.
forward to that day.
You
Where she's
succeeded.
saying, yeah, yeah, yeah. So ultimately, man, I think with kids, especially in this day and age, once you is help them understand where, like you said, being accountable is the main thing. And when it comes to the good times, whether you want to take ownership for when things go our way, but at the same time when we make mistakes, a lot of times that's what we want to run away from them or blame or whatever, but just to take accountability for whatever decisions you make. Right now, if my son makes a mistake, for me it's just that. This is the
That's
training
it.
period. You know
Yep.
what I mean? We can, as long as he's forthcoming and transparent about whatever it is, if he does make a mistake, we can work with it.
And that,
I would rather him make mistakes on my watch right now than to grow up and then do the same thing and do the lack of whatever I didn't teach him. You know what I mean? So you understand what I'm saying? This is training mode right now.
yeah, that's the importance and the grace that I was getting at, because that's what my parents offered me. Like like I said, it was almost like being on a leash when I was younger, and I don't want to like misspeak on my references, but they smothered me, they protected me, this that. As I got older, it was like, hey, we gotta let you make these mistakes because the world ain't gonna forgive you. You make it once in the world, that could be it.
Yep.
Make it here under my guidance. They're not gonna let me do something too extreme, but let me make a little mistake. It won't even be like a misdemeanor or anything, like nothing that involves the law. It's just like, all right, cool, you fell. What have you learned? How you gonna get back up?
Yeah.
All right. Now,
Yeah.
hearing from the guys, what the any of the would any of the young ladies like to offer some kind of input to that?
Well, I would love to hear the ladies' opinion.
Beauty or self? I'm just gonna let the guys
Somebody
talk.
sleep.
Nah.
Boy, who's snoring?
Who's
You'll be
snoring?
like, I'm getting free content.
Beauty, you want to offer something to that, or self at least?
Who knocking them back?
we can't hear you, Beauty.
You
Or I don't
muted.
know. Well, yeah, I don't know if she's talking to us or not. She might be talking to her
Oh,
people.
what's the question? What's the question?
No, given the discussion, like we were just talking about, like rearing up children. Like, man, what do you have something to offer in on that?
Yeah, I think that you shouldn't shelter the kids so much. Yeah, we have to protect them, right? But when we study sheltering them to, oh, you can't go here, oh, you can't go there. I think that when they actually go there, they don't know how to handle situations that they were supposed to learn how to handle in their youth. Now they in their 20s learn the lessons they supposed to learn in their youth, and they getting in more
Teenage.
trouble. They
Mhm.
getting in more trouble that could have been preventable in their youth if they would have actually got out there to learn them. The more we let the kids out to learn lessons that they could learn younger, the safer they'll be.
Yeah.
Even with people, I mean, they go out there and they don't even understand that certain people or certain things can manipulate you, but then when they out there in their 20s or whatever, still getting manipulated, 22, 23, because we like, no, we gonna shield you from these people. We gonna, and even like, okay, say a kid still when they 15, right? They going to juvie. If somebody still when they 18, 19, now they could have learned that lesson at 15, right?
Mhm.
And we could have stopped that. Okay, you stole, you went to juvie, the case got closed. At 18 and 19, it's not going to be that same case.
You're right.
All right.
And
Now,
that,
does anybody on the panel that have kids that basically like went that far, went to juvie and stuff like that?
Not
The
on my
kid,
end. I don't have any.
Don't
yeah,
have
no.
any? No.
Yeah, so I have two daughters, and like I said, I have a 15-year-old son still at home. And so far, I mean, everybody as far as in that regard is good. Nothing happening as far as juvie or no problems with the law.
Yeah. So I would assume like well, I would like to assume the better, and then assume that in most households that what I'm saying, like hopefully your kids don't wind up in that kind of position. So really the position is really like getting older, becoming like a man or a woman, and then being able to handle like responsibility for yourself.
So one
Like
thing I
you like
noticed, and I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I'm speculating just off what I have seen and the conclusion I've drawn, and I sometimes think that a lot of times when you see, behavioral issues, and it's even, think about the people who say they have a structured home and all the kind of stuff, and the discipline is there. I think it's you have to temper that discipline to where I don't want to be so much of a disciplinarian to where my kids become rebellious, because that rebellious spirit is what leads them to do things that end up, being to their detriment. Like that's what I see. So I'm structured to the point to where I'll tell you and try to guide you, but I won't prevent you, because the more I try to restrict that, again, that to me invites that rebellious spirit. And
Yep.
that's what kind of can lead you to do things that you normally wouldn't do if you just, you know, figured it
I,
out. Does that make
I got a
sense?
question. Oh, my bad, brother. Go ahead. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, I'm done. I'm done.
I got a question for the parents. I'm glad you said that. At what, not necessarily age, how do you know when to trust your kids? Like after everything you instilled with them, when do you feel comfortable that they will adhere to the lessons that you taught? Or when do you feel comfortable that they will utilize those lessons in their judgment?
Um, Hey, what would you?
I think you feel comfortable after they get out there. I mean, we can't say, oh, I'm comfortable with sending you out there if we don't send you out there. You got to be sent out there so I can see what you can do.
Yeah.
At the
So
same,
my
like, let me just interject this one other question. That you may want to incorporate with your answer. Like, basically, like, like, how does that play your role also as a protector of the family? Like, basically, I mean, like, you let your child wade in the ocean, but you don't want them to go too deep, that they drown, but you want them to go deep enough that they experience like the wave or whatnot. So it's like,
yeah,
so
yeah.
some of that you have to factor in like you being the protector of the
So
home.
in that analogy, as far as like in the context of teaching somebody how, in the water. Well, my job is to be a teacher, and hopefully, I'm teaching my child how to swim, and I'm teaching my
Right.
child precautions and safety measures and all the kind of stuff. And you understand the context in the framework of using that as an analogy. I'm teaching my child how to swim.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying?
I think
And
I
I'm gonna
think
be on
some
standby.
people.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I would just. I'm sorry. Go
No, you
ahead.
fine.
I thought you
No,
was
no, no.
done.
Chime in.
No, I was just going to say. I think the problem is some people don't think that they supposed to teach their kid how to swim at all. They think if they keep them on land in a house protected, then they won't drown.
And you hinder their growth doing that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Oh, and you all just brought another thing up. What do you all think about the whole idea of? Have you heard people or parents say, "I'm not here to be my child's friend"? You know what I'm talking about? Have you heard?
Yes, yes.
What do y'all think
I
about
don't
that?
think that we supposed to be friends. I think we supposed to be friendly.
So what do you identify as a friend? Because I have always disagreed with that.
I said
So when
I
you
don't
say
think we supposed to be friends. I think we supposed to be friendly. Like I want you to
right,
come to me and talk to me and tell me things or whatever. But I have to let you know that we're not friends because I still need you to respect me. So I always tell my kids we're not friends. We're friendly. We can laugh together. We could joke together. But if I say go have a seat, I need you to do that as well. I don't need you to be so friendly with me that when I say go have a seat, you looking at me like, girl, no.
right. So even with that, what I'm trying to get, and that's fine, but what I'm saying that makes me question what do we identify as a friend? Because a friend won't disrespect you. A friend will listen to you. A friend will take guidance when you know what I'm saying, give it to them. So why not? I mean, that's how I identify a friend. A friend is not
I,
gonna let me do something that's gonna hurt myself. So why wouldn't I be my child's friend?
I
I,
think because they kids, for one, kids don't identify friends the same way as adults do.
But is it
And
not
See,
for
like,
that,
totally?
like when you say the term friend, are you talking about like not as a peer? They should like they wouldn't see us as a peer.
but kids
Nah.
do.
Well,
Kids
what I so
identify friends as
how
peers.
how I identify friend is more in the context of being somebody's advocate, somebody's ally, somebody's person they can come to when they need something, or somebody that if I'm your friend, if you're wrong, I'm not gonna check you in front of your enemy, but at the same time,
Right.
I'm gonna catch you on the back end and be like, "Hey, that was wrong." To
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
that's what a friend
Now,
Sure,
does.
here's the difference. If I can step in,
Sure.
go ahead.
um, a friend implies like there's an equal standing. When
Right.
you're a parent, you have to go by the hierarchy. Like you have to let your kids know, hey, I'm here. Like I'm dad, and you're my child. I can be there to support you. Kids will have to always know that if nothing else, I always got your back. So in that regards, I can be a friend. But you need to understand that there's a structure in this household. At the end of the day, I am responsible for everything that falls under. It is my job to keep you alive. It is my job to protect you. That means you don't challenge my authority. And you have to create that separation. Because even in the military, like we got hierarchies, we got structures for a reason. And me, like my personal experience as a supervisor, watching other people's kids that are like 19, just entering the military, don't know nothing about life. I tried to be nice, and I'll be the first one to tell you it didn't work. Because when they look at you as an equal, they're like, "Oh, I don't gotta listen to him. He's just one of the guys. He's one of the other ones." But when it comes time to work, and you gotta say, "Hey, I need you to cover this position. I need you to do this. It needs to be done within the next hour." If they don't have that respect for your authority, then the whole structure collapsed. You can't get the mission done. You can't get what needs to be done accomplished, and it only delays, if not hinders, the whole entire unit. So that's one thing that children have to understand. I can be nice at a point, but when the job takes precedence over everything. And my job as a father is to prepare you for this world. So whatever I say is the final word. There's no challenging that. And they have to understand it. They're gonna hate you, or like not hate you, but they're gonna be mad at you for a moment. But overall, as they grow and develop, they're gonna have to come to terms with the fact that, hey, my dad wanted the best for me. They prepared me. I didn't understand that role at the time because I wasn't in it. But when it's their turn to be a parent, they're already armed with that knowledge that you provided them. They may not have understood at the time, but at least they have something to fall back on when they're faced with that situation. They're going to look back
Yeah.
like, how did my dad or my mom handle this? And then they're going to revert back. Hey, this is what my dad told me to do. This is what worked, or this is what failed. Either or, even if they don't like the way you did it, they now have an option, or they have a solution to their problems for when they're faced with that challenge. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. And as I'm listening, I'm kind of reflecting on, I guess, partly why I didn't really lock into the whole friend thing, and I had my view on it. And then as I was listening to you and you were talking about, discipline and structure, I didn't have parents that had the attitude or, the approach of I'm the authority, what I say goes. I was allowed to challenge if I wasn't allowed to be disrespectful, but just how I am, since my parents have said since day one, if something didn't make sense, I was gonna say something about it. And to this day, I'm like that, and I'm thankful for being like, for giving me the opportunity to be like that, because I'm a thinker, and so as I'm a thinker, I kind of encourage. I've always encouraged my kids to be thinkers themselves and to think critically. If I'm saying something and I'm out of line, parent or not, if you got a question, challenge me on it. I'm gonna
And
show you, and I'm gonna end, because then my goal then is to try to show you this is why it makes sense, right? And ultimately, with my kids, a lot of times what I was saying did make sense, and that which didn't, if they wanted to go figure it out and see if what I said lined up, then they knew for themselves. If that makes sense.
yeah, I want to challenge you on that because
Sure.
there's nothing wrong with what you're saying, because that's how we grow as individuals. And I'm gonna use the military as an example because that's just been the majority of my life. We train and we practice for scenarios like wartime scenarios. The reason we do that is because when things hit the fan or it actually happens, there's no thinking, there's no judgment. You act
True.
off what you know.
True.
And that's your role as a parent. And I'm not like saying like this is how you should raise your kids. Like I'm not trying to tell you what to do. So
I get it. No, I'm not taking
what
it that way.
I'm
Go ahead.
saying is the way we were disciplined is you practice for the worst, so your body can physically memorize it or physically adapt. Your mind can physically like memorize it and adapt. So when the time comes, you can act on it without even thinking, and that's like your safety point or like your if all else fails button. At least I have the knowledge to handle this situation. I don't have to like in times where you can't think, like in war, you being shot at. You're like, hey,
Yeah.
where's the safety point? Like your life is on the line. You don't have
Yeah.
time to say, hey, should I go this way, this way? It's you analyze where the bullet's coming from. All right, this is what I have to do. One of my friends got shot or they down. How can I save them? And
Yeah.
you may not always have the time to think. Like they may be screaming, they may be in pain. You may have to drag their body. That may hurt
Most
them, like
definitely.
or like initiate more pain just dragging them. But you're taking them out of a dangerous environment so they can have time to rest and you can heal them or take care of them at that moment. But in times of war, you don't have that opportunity to sit there and like talk with each other. It's let me
Yeah.
get you out of this danger first, then we
Most
can talk
definitely.
about it.
So, in all the points you just made, for me, is why I never was attracted to joining the military.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? So I respect it and I get it, but I just know I'm not wired in that way. But I respect it now. I really feel like it's some attributes that if I had some and more of that, I will be further than where I am now. But at the same time, where I am is I can try to keep my environment to where it isn't a lot of conflict. It isn't a lot of confrontation. And then when it is, I'm able to navigate in a critical thinking type of way to iron it out and resolve it. You see what I'm
exactly.
saying?
And
So
and and
You can
brother, like
apply you can apply that logic also in the real in the world. Or I ain't gonna say the world, but in the world that we live in, because like you
yeah,
working at a company, you got a supervisor. They're the leader. Now you can offer your input or anything like that, but basically what that supervisor says is gonna go,
hmm
or because if they leave it in the hands of someone else, then their job is either gonna be replaced, or if something goes awry, he's gonna be the one blamed anyway.
yeah,
And
that
so
responsibility falls on him. So it's up to him
that,
to control the situation. I'm sorry, Mr. Swaggy. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to just kind of like throw that in there too. Like it like in all areas of life, like
Mhm.
the home is like basically applied like everywhere. And
yeah,
and I mean like and that's where it goes back to when I was saying that with families, like everyone says like what's your role, like what's your, there is no particular, there is no particular answer for that. Like how Malkuf raises brings up his family, raises his family, is totally different from how I would do things, how Kevin would do things, and how Beauty would do things. And so
Mhm.
that's what I'm saying, like the whole discussion, like, man, everyone needs to know they role, and like, man, no one is actually discussing these things with their spouse, like basically, like, or even on a date, like when you meet somebody, like, so if we was to go that next step, are we gonna what would be your role in the household? It's like basically you just come together and then just do whatever to make it work. Like I would never go against this man and say, hey brother, I don't agree with that. Like how, who am I? Like I'm a man just like you. Like how am I gonna tell another man like, hey, I don't agree with you, sir, and how you do things. I see.
yeah,
I'm just gonna listen and take what points what that I can use from it. That's what I'm saying. That a man is never too old to learn. And
right.
it's like
Exactly.
basically, I mean, like, man, this is it's a lot of things that people, if we listen, there's a lot of things that people can still that can still teach us nowadays. I think we hinder ourselves when we start putting labels and then like basically like trying to come up with these clear cut lines because it just doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I
Like
always
the other
said
day, like
if it's working, it's working, right?
right, exactly. Like I was gonna say the other day when with myself, Beauty, and others, we were discussing the woman. Is there what's the difference between traditional and modern woman? And then I was trying to interject like, well, if like why even have that? Why even have that 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 separation like that when we ain't even got that with men? Like, there's no such thing as a traditional and modern man. So it's like, why is there a traditional and modern woman? But I
Yeah,
mean, like to me, that's just something from the outside world that they wanted to just bring in just to throw
create
confusion.
more division. Yep.
You're right, more division. Exactly.
I was about to say one of the things they don't take into account, like if we're talking in general, is what tradition are we following? Because
Right.
there's tons of different cultures out there.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
Right.
Well, we're assuming because we're United States. Between
mhm.
United States, I don't even know how UK gets in it, but like between United States and UK, we're considered like the Western culture.
Yeah, but
Right.
even within those lines, like you got Catholic, you got Christian, you got Muslim, Jewish. We all have our small, unique differences.
That's
Um,
true.
I think the issue is here in the U.S. This is my personal experience. Um, we're kind of privileged to be ignorant, if that makes sense. And the reason why I say that is because I had the opportunity to travel while I was in the military, and when I came back home, I had a different set of views. We have so many cultures around us and people we can learn from. Like if we want to learn a different language, we can, but why don't we? Where when I've lived in Germany, it's nothing for people to know 3 or 4 different languages. They share each other's culture. And the whole reason I'm saying that is because we have a certain opportunity because like our the way our system is structured to where we're privileged to be lazy or think that we're at the top of the food chain and we're not. I'll
I
be the
wonder.
first
I
one to
wonder
say
if it's because there's elements in play to reinforce and
and
promote that
and
type of thing to keep people there. You know
there
what I mean?
there are there are
So
some
it's things in play to reinforce things to keep that, and then there's people that have the attitude of all of these other cultures and stuff will adopt.
English or
Right.
our culture.
Yeah. Anyway, so I mean, I
And
can see why. I can see why it would be that level of ignorance, that privileged ignorance, like you say, because it's things that are in play to keep it there and encourage it first off, and then people see other people trying to adopt it anyway. You know what I mean?
mhm,
So it's a
and
game.
I think we think that we believe that Western culture is the culture
superior.
when really it's like, man, we're like the most confusing culture because we allow
Mhm,
everybody to have a voice even if it doesn't make sense.
yep.
And
And that's why I said like in the beginning we kind of lost the plot. Like we don't know where we're going. We're just all winging it. So
right, pretty
it's not
much.
to say that anybody's right or wrong. It's just we haven't figured out a solid plan for ourselves. And I think that's the biggest issue we have if we're speaking on relationships is like you said, Mr. Swaggy, you ask most people, they're not going to have a plan like, hey, this is my role. This is what to be expected. I argue to ask, why not? Why don't you have a plan for your household if something were to go wrong? I used to be a firefighter. I'll show you. I don't know if you can see the helmets.
Yeah.
The one thing we used to teach in fire safety is always have an escape plan if a
Hmm.
fire were to happen. Most people don't have one. They don't know how to handle if the house is on fire. So I ask this, like as a parent or in relationships, what's your relationship plan? The same way we measure each other when we dating someone. Hey, what's your goals or what's this? What school you in? This that. Why don't we have a plan if we like each other? They're like, hey, in 5 years, I expect to be at this level in my job or position. this is how much I may be making or I can contribute. What can you do to meet me at this level, or what can we do to go further? Like, where are you at in your position? Why don't we have a plan? That's my question.
Mhm.
I think because things change, things can change.
Yeah, things can change, but how are you going to adapt? Do we speak to each other? Like, hey, babe, the housing market is going to crash or something. Do we got a plan to save money in case this market go down or we're starving? Like, you know how people laugh at the people who build like those little war bunkers or shelters
Uh-huh.
and they got extra food? To us, that seemed crazy. To them, they're like, hey, I'm preparing for the worst just in case.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then look, like take COVID, for example. People lost their mind. They started taking all the water, toilet paper, everything because they panicked.
With COVID,
Yeah.
my whole thing, not to even go, not to even detour from the subject, but like my whole thing with COVID, like why toilet paper?
Boy, they was buying up all the toilet paper and they was eating all the Popeyes chicken sandwiches.
The
Yeah,
Popeye chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
we laugh at it now in
Everybody know that
hindsight,
chicken
but
sandwich.
we laugh at it in hindsight, like not to get off subject, but back then they really thought, hey, toilet paper is that important. But nobody touched like all the washcloths or anything. Like just in case toilet paper did run out, you got alternative options. And I'm not saying, hey, reuse the same one. I'm just saying, like, in case there was nothing left, there's an alternative. And no one gave it a second thought.
Right.
Man, that
That's
little
what I'm saying. Like, why don't we have
crazy
plans?
little
And that goes back to the relationship. Why don't you plan for the worst? Like, if things happen, people are so quick to like divorce or leave each other, and they don't plan like, hey, babe, if this happened, this is what I want you to do, or this is how we're gonna handle it or handle this. Why
Right.
don't we talk to each other about that?
as
I'm
real
genuinely
as that whole
curious.
scenario
I
was, do you all feel like that was a test of sorts? That whole COVID situation.
do. I think it
Uh,
was a test.
So what I guess what I'm saying is, if just to see how we would behave in a sense of how we would conform or how we would adopt or how we would accept what all this stuff that was going on, maybe to prepare for something else, just to see how, if something like that, which it did happen, how easy it would be to get everybody to fall in.
Um, I believe like that has something to do with it, but I mean like none of us at least here like experienced a pandemic, so it's like to me I think that we were probably like misled in a lot of things because the media was like spoon feeding us whatever information like, oh well, COVID's not that bad, and then they would say like, oh well, if kids catch it, then they can't pass it, like basically people could carry it for 7 days and be passing it along, but then and then they start feeling symptoms like old people can't get it, or now 30s and 40-year-olds can't get it. Now even children are dying. It's like basically it was so much going on with that to where it led into like a lot of confusion.
Yep.
Like even like when they were saying like, oh yeah, like mask, I wear my mask to protect you, just like you're wearing your mask to protect me. No one's required to wear masks in the home. So basically, if somebody caught it from the outside and you bring it into your home, then guess what?
Yeah.
The majority of everybody in the household is going to end up getting sick anyway.
Did you
But yeah,
all any of y'all
it's
did
like
any of y'all deal with that?
hmm.
Did any of y'all get sick?
oh,
Um,
yeah.
Mm.
I don't believe I have, and like luckily because there was time I went to the hospital for other things, and they tested me for COVID, and I was negative the whole time, so I don't believe I have. I think my brother got sick,
Mhm.
um, I think a couple times, and but luckily his family didn't. It didn't spread. It didn't spread to his family or whatnot. So
Yeah. Yeah, my
yeah.
wife got really sick. She was in the hospital and everything.
Man.
Mm.
Yeah. whereas I just had like a little stuffy nose and a mild headache.
Right. Yeah, see, and that's how the media was leading it. It was yeah, if you catch it, yeah, man, it's not nothing to worry about. But then it's like, man, like my brother's wife's father, he passed away from it.
Yeah, my wife's grandpa died um, from COVID,
Yeah, so
and she said my father-in-law, her dad was in the hospital for about a month.
but
So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Dude, my condolences.
that was a bad one, and I don't even think that even prepared us for the next one because like it depends on how the next one runs its course. Like hopefully we don't have like another Black Plague kind of thing that took out like half of Europe,
Right.
where people really had to follow like whatever kind of guideline, like good guideline, or else you know what I'm saying, or else you like you I mean like you're really gonna find yourself on your deathbed.
Yeah, but
Wake up, beauty.
all that brings us back to the same question on how do we plan for things?
You said
Right.
wait.
Yeah, I was just messing with you.
I'm woke.
Mm-mm-mm.
I've been woke lately.
Beauty starting to fall asleep.
No, I'm not.
And Kevin, are
I
you
don't
in a
know.
relationship with somebody or not?
Say again?
So are you in a relationship or not?
Nope, I am single.
What is that?
Single?
Happily retired.
Yeah. You said happily retired?
Mhm.
Retired from relationship? I feel like, man, I'd have to be single. But but you're dating though, right? I'm pretty sure you're dating.
Nope, not at the moment. I'm
Wait, what
enrolled
is
in
that
nursing.
noise?
I don't know. Is that me?
Damn.
Hold on. Hold
Yeah.
on one second. Let's
Like,
see. Let me see if I can clear something like on my phone.
Well, I'm glad I tapped in, y'all.
I'm glad you tapped into it. Thank you for the super chat.
Yes, ma'am. My
oh
wife
wow.
said finally.
Right? Ah!
Oh, that's nice. That's
I'm still there.
what's that?
I can get super chats.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, that
Yes.
hey, I think
Yeah, my bad.
Any
But
of
to
y'all in the
answer,
UFC?
oh yeah, I love the UFC.
It's a pay-per-view event tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow what? 6 or 8? 6 or 7, I think. I'm on Eastern
I
time.
think there's 306. UFC 306. Is that what you
Gotcha.
asking?
Those are
Yeah.
preliminary.
Oh, what time? I don't know what time it starts, but we sometimes will order the fight, but tomorrow's 305. Okay. But they also out here in Missouri, they have a lot of the Buffalo Wild Wings. They have the fight there, so we'll probably go there and post up.
Gotcha. But yeah, that's why I get to answer your question. No, I'm not dating. Like I'm enrolled in nursing school right now, and that's taking up way too much of my time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I asked because I was just wondering if, like if that's what if that's what you do, like that very thing, like basically, like if you was talking with somebody, I mean, like you would be talking to them like about like life's choices, like
Yeah,
it's if on different levels, like if you was like just dating, like would you bring that up, or if you was like actually in like a relationship, now is the good time to bring that up or whatnot. I was just seeing, I was just seeing where you would do that.
oh no,
Like me
man,
personally.
I'm an open book, man. You can ask me anything.
But no, but I'm just saying that even at the same time, like basically, would you take like at what level would you take that conversation there? Like basically, what's your plan in life? Like this is what I'm doing, and this is where I see myself now. And so basically, I'm trying to see where your head is to see where, quote unquote, like yoked up or not.
What I would say is it depends on how fast the relationship progress. Me, in my mind, I will probably give it like 9 months to a year, and I know that sounds like a lot because in my mind, the way I think is initially those first few months is to learn the person you're with, like get to know who they are, like what they tell you they are, and then watch their habits, like do their words match their habits or what they say. And
Right.
then as you progress in the next phase, you have to like go through like, hey, can I see myself living with this person? If it progresses, cool. Let me learn their habits of how they live together, what I do and don't like about them, what they do and don't like about me. And we have to see if we're compatible or if we can make adjustments to each other's lifestyle and then give that time, like give that like a good 6 months. So by the time like you're close to the end of the year, you can start having like those future conversations. Like you can add tidbits as the months progress from the very beginning. But when y'all feel comfortable or like you're involved with each other, you know a little bit about each other, like habits and everything, then you can say, hey, this is my plan. Like I would say like 9 months in, because you want to give it time to learn each other, at least in my opinion. And when y'all feel comfortable to open up or you met the family, you're like, hey, this is my plan or how I choose to progress in my career in the next like 5 years or whatever. This is what I'm expecting like to achieve. What are your goals? How can I help you or help you better yourself? Or what can I do to contribute? And then ask them also, hey, like for me, me being in nursing school, I'm gonna say, hey, most of my time is gonna be taken up by the school. There's times I may be there like for 12 hours. One, could you deal with me with that? And I've learned that from the military. A lot of people don't know how to handle long distance relationships, for one. And then when I was a firefighter, I worked 48-hour shifts. So I'm gone from the house for 2 days. So things like that. Hey, can my significant other, like, can my girl still deal with me being gone 6 months out of the year? So I take things like that into consideration. And if she can't deal with it, like if feels she's missing out or I'm not giving her enough attention, I have to bring that up and I can say, hey, this is the life I chose or the career I chose. Can you deal with it? If she's like, I'm not getting what I need, all right, the best thing to do is to leave. Probably like it's not that we have to end things on bad terms. It's just, hey, our goals don't align. So I think what's best for your life to progress is to let you go. But if you think you're willing to fight with me and you can stick this through, I'm going to try to make as much sacrifices as I can to meet your needs. I didn't say wants, I said needs. Wants are like when you can afford them, like to meet that. But I have to also test her, and this may seem selfish. Will she sacrifice for me? Like I know the time is going to hurt, like being away from her, but is she willing to sacrifice and walk with me? If no, then I already know, hey, we're lacking in some areas. It doesn't mean she's bad. It's just she's not the one for me. So and that won't reveal itself right away. That takes months. But at some point, like that's why I said like 9 months to a year, you have to be honest. Hey, this is the way my life's progressing. This is where I'm headed. I made this path or I made this bed. I'm gonna lie in it. Are you willing to lie in it with me? There's gonna be some bumpy roads, but can you handle it? And I think that's what's missing, because most people, or at least what I hear from my generation is, oh, I'm looking for the vibe. It's just a vibe. It's like they're evading the subjects of real world situations and they only want to be there for the good times.
And let me ask the brothers, because I already know Beauty's age. Like how old are y'all? How old are y'all? If y'all don't mind saying.
I'm
Can
33.
you hear me? I'm 46.
You're 46, Malcolm. I
I'm
mean,
old.
Malcolm.
I'm old as dirt.
Man, no, I'm 46 too. You're the same age as me.
We old as dirt.
Yeah, we are.
Don't say that. You wise, man. You don't age, you get smarter.
Yeah.
You would think. Well, probably nowadays I mean, I'm pretty chill. Like I'm pretty chill. Like humbled too. Like basically like with the little thing that I'm dealing with too. So
Mhm.
so that also makes me more chill. I mean, wise in the sense to where basically I could at least hold like a decent conversation with how would you say it, like and be able to speak like some sense into it. but
Mm, yeah.
but Malcolm, how long you been married, Malcolm?
Or what is it? It'll be 3 years. This will be 4 years this year. October 31st.
And how long
We've
were y'all
been
dating?
we were together what since 2015.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We met on Facebook. Can you believe it? It
really?
I've been
happens.
on
It
Facebook.
happens. Yep.
That's one
Holy
of
crap!
my
Boy,
questions today.
yeah, she giving me all the details. I told you I'm old. Um,
No, that's good. That
she
that
she
gives me hope.
she she moved with me from California. She moved from California here.
Oh
Nice.
wow.
Isn't that
Where
crazy?
you at? Where you at?
Missouri.
In Missouri?
Yep.
She like California too?
Hmm.
I'm in
She said that.
California.
She said I know.
Really?
You
Man,
in California? You rich, rich?
No. Yeah. Oh yeah. You in California right now?
yeah, I'm in California now.
Okay. Yeah. She's from Bakersfield.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just a little north, slightly north where I'm at. I'm in LA, so
Okay.
yeah. But man, that's cool. That's cool. So you haven't even been like man, because I was married and then I'm divorced now. But I mean, if I was to start dating and then find somebody, I mean, like there's still hope for my old self.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
shoot, sometimes I'll be feeling at the point like basically like man, that man maybe it's just coming from having fun in my 20s and then basically like being married and blowing it in my 30s and basically like brother, you can't just be just out there like how you was when you was young like that.
Yeah.
It's like,
Mr.
but
Swaggy.
I mean, like the social scene, at least, you know what I'm saying. You can go to a bar, you can meet people, but it's like I didn't know folks like I'm thinking like it's a privilege or some kind of luck involved with when folks fall in love like as they get older, like because like they always say that the older you get, the more settled in your ways and the more set in your ways you become.
Yeah.
And basically, like man, it's like my way or the highway, and the next person feels that way, and basically, it's not gonna work anyway.
You feel
And
like I'm
so,
setting my
like
ways
people don't
better?
bother me.
Marquise, Mr. Swaggy, I got a question for y'all.
Huh.
So, since I'm the youngest one on a panel right now, or not the youngest, I'm sorry.
That noise is killing.
Um, but what advice can you offer like a young single man? Because like I'm not in my 20s to where I want to bang everything with two legs. I'm in a position to where I'm like, I don't get that much attention, but I need to get focused. So I'm just focusing on school and like in my career to where it's kind of like I've mentally blocked out dating in a sense. But if I find it, I'm looking for someone that has my same interest or someone I can ride along with. Like, what are some qualities y'all look for, or what can you tell me to look out for when it comes to finding someone, and how do you know like they're for you, or like if they meet your vibes? Like, is it a feeling, or is it like did you weed them out and test the waters?
Man, good question. Like to be honest, my answer for you would be simple. Like I would just say, man, just keep being you, and and basically like how you explained everything, like how you would do things. Like man, just stay along that path, like, because that's you, you know. And like other than that, I mean, like but you be, saying that I mean another man, like I can't tell another man like how what is his suggestions or anything because like I would know like the whole full array for everybody. Like basically, what you as this kind of person you should do this, and you as this kind of person you should do that. But talking with you, seeing that you're a level-headed guy, a mature guy, a level-headed guy, like basically, like man, just like I said, just stay along that path. Like I don't see you changing your personality for uh to adjust to anybody. And so basically, I mean, like to me, you're on a good road. Like now, if your head was messed up or something like that, you was like just out there living a second childhood or something like that, and it seemed like you haven't grown up, then maybe that'd be different. But to me, I mean, like shoot, just keep doing you. I don't know if Malcoop wants to add to that, but I mean, like,
Um,
that's what I say about it.
I wouldn't really say advice as much as just I'll say this. What if you strip away all of the material things, all of the basically superficial things, strip all of that away, and you just get down to who you are, minus the titles, minus any of that. What are you rooted in? What's your foundation? What brings you to your returning place when you get if it's rooted in a God or whatever you can strip that down to, and that thing that is the structure and fundamental root of you. If you can find somebody that has that same kind of fundamental thing that brings you all to where you can share like that same thing. So in my case, I think with my wife, we are really kind of focused on being good parents. So a lot of what we do is kind of foundational around that. So, so for you to find something that you share a common root in, you understand what I'm saying? And just kind of build everything up from there. So when the times get bad and they do, if something does go wrong, you can at least kind of have a return in place to this is where we meet up at. This is where what we do agree on. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear exactly what you said.
So
So,
whatever that is for you, find that and then look if you find somebody that has that same kind of thing and just build up from there. That's what I would do. Because
yeah,
it's so many superficial things, looks and all of that. When all of that stuff fades away, But what do you the money and jobs that comes and goes? But what do you have when you don't have that? You know what I mean?
right.
So
You're definitely gonna you're definitely gonna need your mindset to to be strong because man, you're gonna be figuring things out. You're still gonna be figuring things out and be making like important decisions.
yeah,
Like a lot of decision making and a lot of it's like basically like how do you think on your toes? You know?
yeah. So what I mean, so what do you currently see as a feature that attracts you? Like what do you currently root your
Right.
looks into? Like what do you look for right now?
Physically, mentally,
Hmm.
I'm,
Yeah,
I'm,
like
I'm gonna get flack for this,
You
but
s-
physically, I'm attracted. Like it don't really matter the race or the ethnicity, to be honest. Things that stick out to me, like on a physical aspect, is either like a redhead, curly hair. Um, I like big breasts. I don't know why. I just do. Um, like a nice, like decent sized butt. But what as I'm getting older, I look more for like their actions and their intellect. And what I mean by
yeah.
that is like, is she financially stable? Like, does she know how to manage money, or do she buy things on impulse? Or is she one of the people like, hey, you got to live in the present. Like, I'm gonna get it now, and I'm gonna worry about the payments later. Like that I can't deal with.
Hmm.
Um, so like, is she financially stable? Is she willing to wait? Like, hey, I can get this. It's not a definite no, but I just know it's gonna take time. If I see she has a mindset like that in the back of my mind, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna get that for her because I see she really want it. I see she's real willing to work for it, and I got like a plan in the back of my head. I'm gonna make it happen. So I notice
What
little
kind of
things like
things can
that.
you see? What kind of things can you see within? You said like the evaluation period sound like you were saying about 9 months. So what can you see within a 9 month period that you can tell if that person is doing, meeting that criteria for you? Like, what are you looking at?
Um, what I'm looking at is like how I was explaining how she is financially, or like her impulses that stick
Got it.
out. Um, like what are her spending habits? Is she out like, and beauty, don't get mad at me, I'm making a general assumption, but like is she out like buying these nails, these lashes, the hair, like the weave all the time, stuff like that? Or is she content with herself, like how she normally looks? Because like I said, I'm attracted to like curly hair, like i.e. like an afro or something. I like a girl in her natural state. Um, because
I'm not gonna get
when
mad at you. These nails are mine. I did them
see,
on live.
no, that's fine. Like I shouldn't know anything about nails, but like if I was looking at nails, I would like a girl with French tips. I don't know why I know that,
He said, "But French." He know the
but
specific name too.
but
You saying all this stuff about natural.
but just like a natural look, not overdone with makeup. Like I want to see one where her confidence is. Like is she always wearing makeup, or do she feel comfortable in her natural state around me? That's something I'll look for. Another thing is how she treats other people, like when nobody's watching or she thinks no one's watching. Um, how quick is she to set off, like if things don't go her way? Um, like is she willing to talk it out, or does she just pop off like, oh, I'm gonna get my word across and you're gonna hear me, this, that? I don't have no, like I don't mind you speaking out your emotions or whatever, but there's a way to do it. Like the same way we're talking now, I'll shut up, I'll listen. Hey, babe, get your point across. What I don't like is, oh no, you're gonna fucking hear me. Excuse my language, I'm sorry. But I'm gonna
Yeah,
get
no,
my
you
point
good.
across, this, that. I'm standing on that. I don't need that in my life. I got enough headaches.
Yeah.
So, so another thing is how she carries herself. Like, I don't mind you wearing a bathing suit. If, like, you got a body or something, you want to show it off, that's fine in certain settings, like going to the beach. But I don't want a girl that's out here showing everything to everybody all the time. Like, something that's attractive is like when a girl wears like a nice little sundress. Like, you can
Mhm.
see the figure, but she still carries herself with grace or elegance. Like, she already knows she bad. You don't got to show it off, but the body's gonna body anyway. But one more thing that I like is like on the mentality side. Not toxic, but I like a little aggression. Not like aggressive, but assertive. Like a woman that's assertive.
Mhm.
You can get your point across without being a B word, basically. But if she challenged me, like she don't gotta yell curse, but if she challenged me and she's like, "Oh, here's where you're wrong," and it makes me think about it, like, "Oh shit, she got a point." So I like that because that shows a woman that all about her actions. Like when I exhausted my actions or there was something I didn't think of, I'm like, hey, she compliments me where I lack in my thinking. So
Mm.
that's sexy.
Basically, she's showing that she cares.
Yeah,
Because if she
but
didn't care, then she let you just bump your head or do whatever, and
but
and like help cause chaos and yeah, you definitely don't want nobody like that.
one of the biggest things, like to sum up everything without being long-winded, I'm kind of looking for a girl that complements my weaknesses. And one thing I can point out, I mentioned earlier, is like my skin. I got like hyperpigmentation, and even shaving, like it irritates me, and my skin will darken up. If a girl knows how to take care of skincare, or she can teach me how to lighten this up, hey, that's something she got over me. I would love to have her by my side because she only making me better physically and mentally
Right.
off
I
that
got you.
one little thing.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Just little things like that, man.
Hmm.
She don't have to be like a superwoman or Wonder Woman. She don't got to be perfect. We all got our like insecurities or imperfections. I know, like I said, mine is the skin. So if I ever have kids, I would want a woman with better skin, or she knows how to take care of her skin better than I do. So God forbid, like my kids have my skin. I would want a woman that knows how to handle it before it gets to where it is on me, if that makes sense. So those are
Basically,
traits.
somebody that's understanding and mature in that sense.
Yeah, because when I was 20, I was superficial. Like I said, the big breasts and stuff, that's appealing to me. That's me being selfish. But on the other hand, like studying nursing, I know a woman with big breasts, like she can also like breastfeed a healthier baby. It's healthier for kids to actually breastfeed, and that's the scientific fact. So
That I didn't know.
I would want the best for my kids, and not just something that's superficial for me. It's like, hey, that's nice to look at. I know over time, like the body's gonna age, is like things are gonna sag, whatever. I'm still gonna love her at the end of the day because she sacrificed for my child.
Mhm.
And I'm just gonna be there to grow old with her if she can tolerate me. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
So all of, so, oh, you
Yeah,
I can
we can't hear
cutting
you,
out.
beauty.
You cutting out, beauty.
You're cutting out.
You fuzzy. It's like you got a lot
Like
of
you.
static.
Hold on. I wonder why her mic did that. Like,
Hmm. Now you, Kevin, you on mute.
it got
Kevin.
better when she starts sitting up.
Okay. Hold on. She'll come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I was gonna ask you, Kevin. Out of all of those attributes that you just illustrated, where would you say those are developed from?
Um
Not the
uh,
looks, but just the qualities, like what you. Where does that come from? Because that's what I was thinking is that's kind of like what I was saying back to structure and discipline, and you know what I mean.
yeah.
Mhm.
To answer your question, is part of it is the things I experienced, both like growing up and in the military.
Yeah,
Like I learned a lot just based off my military experience. I seen like marriages that worked out fantastically, and I seen horrible marriages. So I'm like, okay, I don't want that. Um, and the other aspect, like just going back to my skin, some of it, if I'm being honest, are some of my insecurities that I wish I can fix or knew how to fix. That, like I said, I don't want to pass them on to my children because I evaluate myself every day. Like, hey, what can I do better? How can I improve? And that's one of my weaknesses because it's almost like I operate off fear.
yeah,
So when it comes to a mental standpoint, a girl that can calm me down when I'm over evaluating myself, or if I don't think I'm good enough, she can just bring me to a level that's stable. I'm not saying like it's her job to make me happy all the time, but just level me out. Like, all right, you
right.
overthinking or you're you're
Well,
insecure
I
about
guess what I to be clarified, I guess what I meant, like just that. Where do you think that female would get that type of attribute to be able to do that for you?
honestly, I don't know. And that's one of the things I worry about, or like I said, I operate off fear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that a girl like that in my generation exists anymore
Mm.
because like it's a very rare quality.
Damn.
Mhm. I don't know. 8 billion people walking around on the planet. There got to at least be at least one.
Yeah, I hope. And like one of the things is like I've been around the block a while, and I don't mean that like, hey, sleeping around or anything. I mean like I've been in the military 12 years, and I traveled to like 46 different countries. And some of the things I seen overseas, like I was treated way better overseas in some areas than I was back home.
Mhm.
So now that I experienced that, I'm like, hey, some of the Western culture is a little messed up, and sometimes I don't want to be here. But then, like overseas, I'm like, things I take into consideration is they may not understand me like per language because we don't speak the same language, or they don't always understand English. I was like, so how do I make this work? How are we going to communicate? Do we have the same values in terms of like religious beliefs, or how we're going to raise our kids? I take things like that into consideration.
Hmm. So, as a person who's traveled a lot, do you see a lot of Western influence in other places?
Almost definitely. It doesn't like disappear. Our media has the biggest influence over the world right now. Like hip hop, breakdancing, R&B are the biggest influences in the world.
And then when you see people over there that may adopt those attributes, do you see it as like genuine, or do you see it as just merely them emulating? Like, is it
Uh,
people that you can see where like, no, that's just them?
uh,
Just like almost like I give you a context. The one white boy that grew up in the hood, and you just know that's just who he is, versus somebody that's just trying to fit in and adopt. You know what I'm saying? Do you see
yeah,
that
Like
otherwise?
basically somebody that's hood versus somebody versus like Malibu's most wanted.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna get both, no matter where you go. Um, the only thing that's really different, if I'm being honest, is just the language they speak. But pretty
Mhm.
much across the world, we all have the same like hustles and practices. People try to get over on you, and it's a known scam or like a known thing in their culture. It's done the exact same way in the U.S. The only thing that's different is the language. Um, you're gonna have pretenders, and you're gonna have people that really been through some stuff. Like I met some people like their experiences will humble you. Um, like what just last year around October November time frame before I started my school, I was in Thailand, like at a Muay Thai training camp, just to
Mhm.
try to get in shape. And I met people from Russia and Ukraine. And it was a weird dynamic because these guys were working out together while their countries at war. And both their countries has submitted a draft. So they escaped their countries in order to avoid the war. And they were right
Yeah, and
there.
I heard.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I heard Ukraine men can't leave, but but
The
how
women
women
can.
are privileged in the sense to where they're leaving, and I heard they went to other countries, other European countries, they
Yep,
party and everything while their men is out there dying like every day.
that's a hundred
But
percent true. They
yeah,
get stipends. I think it's between 2,000 to like 4,000 euro, which is almost equal to like $4,000, maybe a little bit more.
hmm
Because they're considered refugees and they're quote unquote allied to NATO now. Ukraine never
hmm
used to be one of our allies, so they weren't entitled to the security measures that we provide in the Western um,
right.
allies. But now, since they want to join NATO, those other countries are taking care of them. But the men, because Ukraine is so small, they needed every able-bodied man they can get. So they weren't allowed to leave, but the people that made it out, they escaped to other countries like in Southeast Asia.
hmm
So it's a
Oh,
weird dynamic, man. And like I
right.
said, it's very humbling when you hear other people's story and like you think you going through something, you're like, oh, never mind.
And that's it. Yeah, and that's the thing, because I believe we all go through something. Like even some that we may view as light for us or something. Like, man, you're not really going through something. I mean, like maybe it's heavy to them in a sense because like we don't know like the details or the actual walk like that they experience. And basically, like if it was us going through that walk, maybe we do in the walk that particular walk was easy for us versus it's like harder for them. Everybody got a different kind of mindset. We don't know what affects whoever in the sin,
Yeah.
and so
Beauty, earlier before you cut out, you were gonna say something.
yeah, she got a mic on mute right now.
Oh, am I back?
Yes,
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
ma'am.
yeah. You back? Yeah, we know you.
Okay. Yeah.
We just
Okay.
talking.
When he started talking, he said, "Beauty, don't take this to offense." Why would I take that to offense? That you don't like Yeah, come
You know?
on. Let me know.
Oh no, I'll let you know. Look, I told you, you ain't gonna get
Let's
nothing
go.
but
Let me know.
honesty out me. The reason why I say that is because these lives that people do at nighttime, like when I'm bored, I scroll through other people's lives, and you won't believe how people react. So, like what 4 days ago, I was scrolling through a live, and I saw this young black girl. She was probably like late 20s, and literally all I said is, "Oh, what's up, baby hair?" Because she was doing her hair like combing these little curls.
Yeah.
That's literally all I said is, "What's up, baby hair?" And she went off on me on a tangent. She said, "Who the fuck you calling baby hair? Like, oh, you don't like my hair? I did it myself. Why everybody always got something to say?" I'm like, where's all this coming from? I meant it
A
as like
lot,
a
a lot of
kind
that,
gesture.
a lot
Milk.
of that is coming from
Okay.
for the mere sake of content.
Yeah,
Um, I noticed that I'm seeing a lot of people like content creators saying that they don't even block trolls anymore because the trolls get more engagement. And so with that, also when somebody said that they noticed when they started blocking people like or putting them in timeout, that lowers their algorithm.
Right.
So lowering the algorithm, you don't get as much traffic. So
oh, but
now,
she did block me. Like she literally took that personal.
so it's twofold. So one, you get more attention when you have drama on your channel. So she may have had a genuine reaction, but the other part it could be because doing that gets more attention because it's a person going off. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so yeah, so it gets
Right.
more engagement. So
I think too, like a lot of people with the privilege that they give with these channels is basically they're the ones that's doing the talking. It's like, and basically like with comments, you can only respond like so much.
yeah,
So somebody who thinks they're big and bad, whether a guy or usually female though, like
they control the platform.
she like basically she could look at your comment and then like it's not like she has to type anything back. I mean like she's able to just say on her platform
It's
like
not a
basically
two-way
all that she wanted to
conversation.
say. So basically she I doubt she cuss you out like if you went up to her in person and was like, hey girl, what the look at you with them baby hairs. Like
mhm.
she ain't gonna be like or she could be, but you know what I'm saying? I mean like it'd be a different scenario versus like her sitting across from her computer screen or her phone or whatnot. And basically she just reading off the comments or something and then like want to single yours out and do all that talking and do all that blocking like she's like big and bad or whatnot. I wouldn't pay
Yeah,
it no mind if in a sense like that because like basically it's like to me it's just somebody who feel that they got that little power or whatnot that they could just show out like that. Like
and
it's
that,
so many I mean like it's so many channels like dude like you're doing yourself a disservice because now you just lost one viewer, a possible subscriber, and even a follower of your channel. So like that to me that's on you.
because I didn't curse her out. I didn't say anything disrespectful. I was just like, "Oh, what's up, baby hair?" That's
Right.
Mm-mm.
all. But
Yeah.
only because I noticed her like combing her hair in the mirror. And
Right.
and beauty, the reason why I said don't take this disrespectful is because I don't know if it's like a black girl thing. She was gonna take it offensive or like
Yeah.
I don't know, but a lot of black women like they pop off at the mouth, like, "Hey, I need to be heard or I need to get my point across,"
Right.
and she doesn't like really read it, or at least from what I experienced, they take it how they're going to take it. And I will offer them some grace because if you write a comment can be interpreted however.
Right.
So I will allow that because I didn't say it or you couldn't hear the way I say it. It was just written. She may
Yeah.
have took it like offensive, like, "Oh, this motherfucker's trying to be a smartass." And excuse my
Right.
language,
No, no, no.
but
We hear you.
but
And that's one cool thing about Beauty. Like basically she lets like she's different. She should definitely let like certain comments
Right.
like roll off her back like easily too. Like
Right.
she does it naturally.
yeah,
Like trust
see,
me, I've
Beauty,
seen cats
beauty.
like comment some crap.
Tell them why you different, beauty.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I
okay,
love
so beauty.
I'll let you explain
I
yourself. I'll
have
let
fun
you explain
with
yourself.
him.
Tell them why you
No,
different.
no, he's doing great at it. I really have fun with the trolls. I don't let none of them come
Right.
in.
Yeah, but
She'll
tell
she'll
them what
she'll
the
read
I was
difference
she'll
just
read the
is.
saying.
comment.
Tell them why you different.
No, but
Tell him I'm
that's
different. He got to
Yep.
what.
come around to see.
But that's one of the
No
things I
more.
respect. Like the reason I'm on the camera now is because Beauty pretty much called me out. She was like, "Oh, you what?" I guess somebody in the comments saw I was 6'5". They're like, "All right, cam up." Like,
Cam
look,
up.
I ain't got
Can't.
nothing to hide.
Right.
Yeah.
But
So
I,
stick around
I
for you
like that.
to learn.
And this goes back to my preference, Beauty. Remember, I said I like a girl that's a little bit aggressive, but like not in a smart way. The fact that
Or
you just
assertive.
did
You
that,
said
like,
assertive.
yeah, like she called me out. All right, cam up. We want to see you. Something like
Hmm.
that. I'm like, oh, all right, cool. Like you called me out. I'm about my business.
Okay. Well, we gonna see. We definitely
She
gonna
said
see
we're gonna
around
say.
here.
Yeah, have you been on the live stream before, Kevin?
This is my first time.
First time? What
I was
about
Mhm.
you,
about to say.
Malcolm?
I was just telling my wife. I was about to tell Beauty this is the same thing. This is the first time I've ever been on a live ever.
Oh,
Thank you for
okay.
coming.
Yep.
Right, I've been
Right.
trying to get X on the live forever.
Right.
Yeah, because I'll see him in the comments.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
time will come.
like even with these comments, this is like I think this is the most. This is the most I've seen you on.
Yeah.
But
To where he basically jumped
When
on.
I'm on a when I guess when I engage, for the most part, conversations are just kind of like not idle talk,
superficial.
but I like to talk with purpose. So when you
Right.
all started talking about the kid thing, I'm like, okay, now this is a subject I can chime in on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
See,
that's kind of what brought me to the table.
I
Oh, okay.
respect that a lot, man, because through life, most conversations I have are superficial. Oh, hey, how you doing? What school or you work? This,
Mm-hmm.
that. Okay, bye.
Hmm.
It never
Hmm.
gets deep. See,
Yeah.
y'all
Right.
got more experience than me. You're more mature. I can learn from y'all.
Yeah.
With my
Right.
peers, like I wasn't bragging. Like when I mentioned the travel thing, that's something I like to do, and that's an experience not many people get. Most people
Right.
my age think I'm bragging. I'm like, no, like I get excited because this is the something I can share with that I know about. And I'm like,
Right.
Hmm.
oh, this is cool. To them, they're like, oh, you just think you better than me. I'm like, no,
Right.
not at all.
Mm.
But if I speak to someone that's more mature, they're like, okay, what did you learn? This, that, and they'll call me out. I'm like, oh, cool. Like
Right.
Yeah.
I'm willing to share my experience. What's your advice for the next time? Or you may know something I don't know.
Yep.
Huh.
And what you just said is is my whole platform on how I think. Which again, back to the whole children thing. I know that these kids are in a whole different time zone than when I grew up. So part of the reason I let them get it off is because I might learn something from them.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm
That's true.
constantly trying to be in a learning mode. So I'm not gonna turn around down any opportunity. You know what I'm saying, from old to
Right.
young. So that's why I've kind of as following suit with my parents kind of left me in an open platform. I wasn't able to obviously be disrespectful, but they
Yeah.
didn't stop me from, or they openly let me to challenge. And I think there's a lot of what's happened to why kids and parents have problems because they don't get a chance to see who they really are. I want to know, what's on their mind. So that way, if they saying or have a flawed thinking, instead of me shutting them down, just do what I tell you to do. I want to know what's on their mind. So, like I said, if it's something for me to correct, then versus them get out and then do whatever because we didn't have a conversation because it's just a whole do what I say, not as I do type of. Who says that? I mean, I know it's a lot of
Right.
Yeah.
people with that attitude, but I want to be the example, but if I'm not the example, call me out so I can correct it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
There is like a fine line between that. Like I said, that's cool, but there is some point like where you just got to let them know, like, hey, this certain subject, not all of them, this certain subject is not going to be a debate.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, I see a little bit what about Kuta saying because it's like basically like 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 you're trying to know the character. Like with some parents, they could distance themselves to where basically it is all about like yeah, do as I say, not as I do
I
type
do.
thing, and basically like my word is law, and it's like you really have no clue of who your kid really is.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
then
Mhm.
and
And
then
it,
think. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
whereas like with you, like basically, you know what I'm saying? It's like you I mean like you really get into their character. I mean like you know how that line of thinking is gonna it's gonna translate, like especially when they get a little bit older.
Yep.
Like how
Yep.
that person, and it's like with you knowing that, then then you could refine that, like in a sense, like basically, well, let me just see, let me just figure out like how you think, and let you, and then give you advice on top of that.
Yep. I mean, we
Yeah.
just said it more or less. We do the same things
Hmm.
as adults when we trying to find a partner, or we do that same kind of vetting process anyway. So
Right,
why not do that with your own children?
right,
True.
Just you know.
yeah,
And
The
yeah,
other
'cause
and then another thing, that the bigger part of it, like I was saying earlier, is just think about when you neglect to do that. Where does that potential anger or resentment go from that child not being able to say this or that? What it doesn't just dissipate. So if they harbor that kind of
like
resentment that can
hatred,
come from not being able to
yeah,
be open and vocal, that's where does that play out at? Usually in the
right,
next relationship they go into, and that causes you drama, which
very
might
true.
be what you're talking about,
yeah,
why you have the issues dealing with women, or people that you deal with, because they weren't able to get that off, so now they're carrying it into a new relationship, and they
Mhm.
bringing that into your situation that causes problems for you.
true.
True. Very
But it,
true.
but it,
Or,
but it,
or at
but
school.
Yeah, because it's
but in
going
the case,
somewhere.
let me ask something, like Malkuth, in the case, like, but what if what if their reasoning, or their thinking isn't aligning with what's like basically with what it should be, in a sense, like if you're talking to, like if you're talking to your son or something, and basically like his line of think, like you kind of know from, even from your experience and just general knowledge, that like, nah, you shouldn't think like that. Like if
Yeah,
like if your son was like, yeah, well, if I was working at a job, like, and my supervisor pissed me off, like, man, I'm telling him off. I don't care if I get fired or not. Like, that's just what I would do. Like, and you know, in the real world, you can't be like that. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
So if I'll make sure that I've clearly communicated through dialogue and getting feedback and making sure that the point that I'm trying to make based off his responses let me know that at least he heard me, right?
Hmm.
If he then goes and still does something in lieu of what I'm trying to convey, he just gonna have to figure it out.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, okay.
I will tell you and I'll try to coach you and teach you, but I won't prevent you if you that determined. And I don't get to I really, babe, you don't really disobey like that. Yeah. So again, she even just reinforced what I thought. I mean, he doesn't do too much to. If I really double down and have a conversation with him, he gets it for the most
Right,
part. And then
Yeah.
right.
if he still goes off and does something, it's not so. He's never done something so off of what I said to where why would you do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So yeah, ultimately,
right,
like I just tell him what it is and then leave it at
Mhm.
you
right.
do what you do. You know.
Beauty, you agree with that? Like, cause I know you got
Yeah.
sons.
Yep. I
You
do.
you you, you like that way with your sons? Like, basically, you'll
Yeah.
sit there and
You
have a
have to
conversation.
tell them what you mean, and then let them figure
Especially
it
with
out. You
men.
can't
Especially with
baby them
men.
or just hold a hand and try to prevent them from every little thing. A lot of parents do that. They helicopter parent. I'm gonna make sure you ain't doing, but when they get out, they gonna be wild
Yeah.
because they ain't get a chance to do it. They ain't get a chance to bump their head. They didn't get a chance to learn. You
Or
setting them
really,
up for failure.
Yeah.
or
And
what would you
like,
say, wild or naive?
Wow. They ain't gonna be
I would.
naive. They know right from wrong. They know that. They
Nah,
be
but
wild because
like
they
you
want
see,
to get
yeah,
them
cause you see,
experiences. They ain't naive. They just wild because they want to get them experiences that they didn't get a chance to get in the youth.
I would
Yeah.
think naive because they didn't get it. Because they didn't. Because they didn't get the wisdom of from learning something from bumping their head.
Mm,
Like basically, like man, you have to go out there, you have to experience it, and then that way, when you experience it again, you know how to handle
yeah.
Right. Well, them naive experiences gonna be wild.
it. She said they're gonna be wild.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
my
at certain
parents.
age you don't get a chance to do things that, like I said, in your youth you can get away with certain things. When you get past the 18 and you're an adult now, you don't get away with that stuff.
Yeah.
Right,
The consequences is way more harsh.
right. Especially if you had to involve somebody's authorities.
Hmm.
Shoot. And
But
then
a
I mean,
lot of
like
people
the
think that's the way to do it. They gotta holler, I'm gonna save them, I'm gonna protect them. They can't go here, they can't go there. They shouldn't be at the park, they shouldn't be at a party, they shouldn't be down the street.
And then another thing with people a lot of times seem like to overlook is the fact that your children are watching you.
Yep.
Yes.
So if I'm telling my child do this and do that and don't do this and do that, but I'm doing this and that, and they're watching me, they might not say. I could teach them not to respect me and not talk back or not to call me out for my
Yes.
wrong. But if I'm smoking a cigarette and I'm saying don't smoke, well, what do you think is gonna happen? I'm being pretty much a hypocrite. And I
right,
think a lot of
yeah, and
parents are
so
hypocrites, and I think that they ride off the fact that I'm a parent as a way to omit their hypocrisy a lot of times, if that makes sense.
yeah.
Uh, so I don't know.
No, no, no. I hear what you say, man. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It's either however you want to call it, a fine line or a gray area between a lot of things.
yeah.
And so I mean, like it's easy where we can all just sit there and talk about it. It's different when you're like actually in that situation. I mean, like when you're in that situation, you're just gonna handle it like how you handle it, and then eventually share the experience with everyone else.
Yeah. Would you agree
So
that as parents we tend to follow suit with how we were parented?
in some aspects, yeah, I believe it because it's like it's a part of your character growing up. So like some things like even if you strive not to be that way, like you're
Mhm.
gonna find yourself kind of doing those things anyway.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like it's embedded in your DNA. You were nurtured in that environment. Nature, that was your nature when you was growing up,
Yep.
and basically, regardless, is I mean, like that's just gonna be a part of you. But
And
I don't
something
think
now,
that.
some things you might have experienced, and you feel that you know better, and therefore you develop in the sense where like you're not gonna follow that path or anything like that.
So for both of
And
you, 'cause I know Beauty, you're a parent, and I know you're a parent too. Is it anything specific that comes to mind that you could think of to where you were raised a certain way, but you kind of deviated, where your parents might
um,
left and you decided to go right because you knew you learned better from how you were raised for
like
both?
me, me when my daughter was young, like I wouldn't do it now. Of course, I mean like she's 16, but like when she was young, and she's like act up, like man, you know, what I'm saying I put a little tapping on that butt.
Mm-hmm.
Even though like nowadays, I mean, if I got caught in public doing that or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, somebody calling social services or something.
Yeah.
But my brother, on the other hand, like, and me and my brother, we was both spanked. Like, man, we getting man, it was like downright child abuse. Not just playing, but my brother is he was stressed the fact he like I don't hit my kids. I did not hit my kids. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, man, if they acting up or something, like, even though all like we like both me and my brother, like I got one daughter, he got two daughters, and they're all good kids. Like all three of them is good kids, and like in the sense to where they're not just like even rebellious in a sense. Like I don't know all in my brother's household or anything like that, but growing up, you know what I'm saying? Like basically that was good enough. But you know, I mean, kids are gonna do something, and he never laid a hand on his kids. Like he may talk to him sternly or something like that. I don't know if he grounds them or anything like that. or if he just talks to him, and if they really push his button, I really talk to him sternly. But that's as far as it went with him. But he wasn't raised like that. Like basically, like man, if one of us even got in trouble, like man, we both got in trouble.
Uh,
And so like so my brother he deviated from that. And I mean like and I didn't agree with, even me personally, I didn't agree with it. I was like, hey, look, spare the rod, spoil the child. But I mean like it worked for him. So it's not like I sat him down and like, hey brother, you got to spank your kid when they bad. Like I never told him anything like that. And it's like even though I was like, man, I was even thinking that same thing. Like, man, we weren't raised like that. Like, where you get that mindset from? And so like maybe it was just something that he moved on past.
What about
So
you?
beauty.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we'll say some things, but a lot of things that we didn't like, right? We try to change it as a parent going further. Like how you just said spankings. I don't agree with that either. Now, I do think we have to discipline kids. But I think when people think of discipline, they always think of something that you gotta do physical. And I don't. Plus I think emotionally, mentally, discipline go a lot further than physically harming
Right.
somebody.
What
Mhm.
about like grounding? Would you ground your kid?
Yes, that's a form of discipline, like taking things. You have to sit them down. They kids do not like things taken from 'em. They do not like phones taken from 'em, tablets. They do not like for you to say, "Oh, you ain't going to that party this week." They don't like that. So you take things like that that really means something to them.
And
Discipline.
then how long do you quote unquote like ground a kid? Because I mean like it's like no kids don't. It's not like that. You can't be like, hey, well you can't go outside and play with your friends. Kids don't be doing that nowadays. Like
Yeah.
Yeah,
kids,
I
like
mean,
exactly.
I think
they got a lot of
okay, well, you can't
inside.
talk on the phone with your friend, you
So
know.
my
So I think first of all, it depends on the age. Then it depends
Right.
on what did they do, because
yeah,
everything need to be. What did you do?
Yeah.
yeah.
What? How
Yeah.
old are you? I don't think a
How
8 year old
how
is gonna get the same punishment as a 13-year old. It
Yeah.
really don't make sense.
So my wife
uh,
just chimed in the background, because I was asking her what she thought about what we were saying.
mhm.
I approached a
Yeah.
different discipline, and I think she kind of following suit with the guidelines, like how I move. But when it comes to punishment, I've always had the attitude that I don't want your stuff. So me taking your phone and all, I bought it for you. I don't want it, but if it get, I'll do it to get your attention. But I don't punish. To me, it seems like the focus is so much, oftentimes, on what got taken away than the point of what caused it to get to taken away in the first place.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
if that's the case, then what's the point? If you just stressed out of I don't have my phone instead of what got your phone took taken away, then to
Then
me
you're
that
missing
misses
the
the
point.
point,
Yeah.
right? So I would, as far as punishment, enough to get their attention. But once I got their attention and I can get the corrective measures to where they understand. No, here, take it back. I don't want it. I bought it for you in the first place. If that makes sense.
Right. Because I heard some completely way out things like where parents, and this is like when I was like a little younger, so dealing with women who had like younger kids. It was like, man, like if you don't behave, I'm not gonna buy you I'm not gonna buy you this, I'm not gonna buy you that, I'm not gonna treat you to this like ice cream or whatever little treats or something like that. And I'd be like, man, that used to make me cringe growing up. Like, what?
Mhm.
You mean
So,
you tell me if
Mm.
this kid don't straighten up, you ain't gonna buy him no ice cream and no cookies and all that?
ain't that crazy? Yeah,
Right?
that
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 to
now
me
that
that's like
me
torturous.
personally, that'd make me cringe.
Yes,
That made me cringe every time I heard it.
you take his kid to the grocery store, and then you get to the checkout line, all the candies at the checkout line, and you don't want them to touch the candy. Like it's a setup right there.
Yeah,
So
right.
you know what I mean. But I was gonna say one of the things, for example, like how I discipline, that I don't like to discipline, like with my son when he was younger. He had an issue where if he playing a game, he would turn up like just turn all the way up,
Mm,
and he wouldn't sit still. So I would make him sit there I'll put a red cup on his head. I said, if that cup fall off your head, you got to turn the game off.
Mm.
Hmm.
Or another thing I would do, uh, especially with my oldest daughter, I think I did it with him too. You know the game Bop It, where you twist it, pull it, spin
Right.
it.
Hmm.
Uh.
If they would get in trouble, I would make them get it. Like say you got to get 30 or 40 before you could go do something, just in the effort to get them to listen.
Hmm.
So before they could get whatever they wanted, if the lesson was to listen, they got to do that and get it right until they get a certain quantity. You know what I mean? So that
Hmm.
was my lesson of trying to discipline and correct without actual punishment, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
So
I like
Yeah.
the creativity, bro.
yeah.
Right.
Uh,
That's it.
one of the things my mom used to do is like when me and my older brother used to fight all the time, and it's typical brother stuff. She was like, I don't want y'all tearing up my house, but she never stopped us from fighting. So she brought us some boxing gloves because one of my uncles
Yeah.
was a boxer, and she
Yeah.
said, hash it out. And she said,
Really?
yeah,
Yep.
she said, the winner takes care of the younger one. So whatever injuries you cause, you are now responsible for fixing them and taking care of them. So
Really?
they,
But
they
kids like develop growth and develop wise, like there's a difference. Like how what's the difference in ages between you and your brother?
3 years.
3 years? Like shit,
Mhm.
that's a big difference of like growing up development wise.
Wait, so Devin, you
But
was
I'm
getting to the
assuming
outcome of
that
that.
you was able to get with him.
What was the outcome of that?
So my older brother was more skilled than me. He was faster than me. But when we were like preteens, I started to outgrow him. So he's like 6'1", 6'2" right now, and I'm like 6'4", 6'5". I'm
Oh,
six
okay.
6'5". So I outweighed him. My brother was always like in our teenage years, probably like 170, 180, and I was 290, 300 pounds.
Oh
So there was a
dang.
point where all that hitting he was doing stopped hurting, and I just put my weight on him. Now I'm not gonna come out and say, "Hey, I always won." No, that would be a straight up lie. But whenever I can get a hold on him, like grab him, I wouldn't let him go, and I'll put all my weight on him. So that was my tactic of getting around that.
Mm.
Because my mom, she's short. Um, I forgot how tall she is, like 5'5" or something. So at a point, we both 6 feet. She was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna try to break y'all up. She was like, but I tell you what, whatever damage you cause, you're either gonna pay for it or you're gonna take care of the other one. So she was
Huh,
like, you can hash it out, but it's gonna cost you.
Hmm.
huh.
See, I was the only
Yeah.
child, so
Right. Me and my younger brother, we weren't allowed to fight. We're only 2 years difference, and that's the thing. He always been heavier than me, but I always had that big brother mentality where basically, like, look, I'm the older brother. I don't care if it is about 2 years. Like, you just ain't gonna win. Like,
hmm.
I still feel that way.
But and
But
that's the great things about brothers. Like it's not it's probably not the best to be an only child. And don't take this wrong, brother. Like I don't know, but
I had a good
you
life. But no, I'm not taking it wrong at all.
yeah,
no, cause you need like in my opinion, and I could be wrong. I'm not a parent yet, so I don't know. You
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
can tell me. You need that like opposing dynamic or someone to share that environment with to grow because it teach you social skills. You got someone you can rely on for when you face adversity in school and everything. Like, you know
yeah.
how some kids are like, oh, I'm gonna tell my big brother, or like they respect your big brother, they don't respect you, so they won't challenge your big brother, but they'll
hmm
challenge you and see how far they can go. Kids are
right.
Yeah.
gonna be kids,
Yeah,
but
the most I came to that, I had an older cousin, but I didn't really get to rely on that. I'm gonna tell
yeah.
my older cousin because he was a senior by the time I came into high school, so he was on his way out. So it was just me, and the way I was able to navigate. I mean, my mom and dad always said I was a peacemaker type, so
Mhm.
I was never in a situation where I had one fight, but for whatever
Mhm.
reason I never really got into confrontational situations, and when I did, it wasn't to the point where it was, like a fighting type thing. I was able to always kind of just like through dialogue and just whatever. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, yeah. I was like that too growing up.
Yeah,
Like I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't get into too many fights or anything like growing up. Like me and my brother, we fought
Yeah.
like
yeah.
and that was even like when we were like younger. Like not even
Where
as we got like a little older.
yeah. Whereas my a couple of my friends that I grew up with that were siblings, they would fight all the time, kind of like what you all are talking about. And me seeing that, I never felt like I was missing anything by not having a sibling. Because what I saw,
Right.
I'm like, I don't want that. I'm go home and chill. I got my Nintendo and da da da
Mm.
da da. I'm
Yeah,
good. I can
you didn't
eat
have to
all
worry
the
about sharing nothing.
right. Yeah,
or
yeah,
or retaliation. Like man, I
right.
had like little toys or something, and
Yeah,
man, my little brother
all
get
my
mad at
stuff was
something.
mine.
Like
Yeah,
you better not break nothing of mine.
yeah,
That's
The
just gonna
reason
make it worse.
the reason why I said that is because growing up for the majority of my life, my brother was like the street kid and I was the kid in the house. Like
hmm
it always seemed like my mom tried to protect me. It's like, oh, don't do this, don't do that, or don't make the same mistakes your brother made. So it kind of made me weak. And my brother was the one that was like, nah, I ain't having that. So he'll come home, like try to assert dominance, pick on me or whatever, and I will fight. But like, it prepared me for school. Like if I ever got into a fight,
yeah,
because my brother was like, hey, if I find out you lose, you're gonna get a second ass whooping.
Mhm.
hmm
And that's what it is. He was like, you can take a L in this house or whatever. And that was his sense of pride. He was like, the L is gonna come from me. But if I
yeah,
hear you got your ass whooped outside the house, oh no. Like he was like, you
Right?
ain't gonna ruin our name. So
yeah.
And
And
that's
see,
it.
my
Well, it's
my
like at least maybe with your generation, probably being the last of generations, like to have that kind of mindset. Because nowadays, like you would like if we was like in our 20s or like even in our late teens, like we're probably having like a different discussion because you really don't know the mindset of someone else. Because nowadays, I mean, like if they get access to a gun, you
hmm
know what I'm saying? After you got them whooping them up like that, and it's like basically
Mhm.
like, nah, nigga, I ain't gonna let that slide. And
yep.
Mhm.
and you know what I'm saying? Then it's like man, you would have wished like man, I kind of like would have hashed that out in a different way. I mean,
Yeah.
like the thing, and see the thing about with guys, like versus like with women have it like easier but harder in the sense to where basically,
Yeah.
I mean, like a guy ain't
Women
gonna
go,
put no hands on her like that. And but if a guy talks mess to another guy, like how a woman feels that she could get away with talking to a guy, I mean,
hmm
like there's not gonna be too many words. It's
Yeah.
like eventually,
it's gonna get
you're gonna,
It's
violent
like it's
quick.
a
yeah,
life or death in a lot of
right.
scenarios.
The,
It's
Yeah.
like right, and
the
so it's
way
like
I
basically you
think
have to handle that situation in a sense.
I think the way women fight each other, and Beauty, correct me if I'm wrong, is more so a reputation. Like, hey, we don't got to get physical, but I'm gonna make sure that your reputation is ruined. So either somebody gonna know you're a hoe, or you've been cheating, or
Right. They
like
yeah,
you not this,
yeah.
and I'm gonna ruin your life, basically.
Right. They fight below the belt. And especially it's and
Definitely.
man they definitely do that with guys too. Like basically if
Yeah.
they know
And
your secret about you,
yeah, and
like
Yep.
that's all
trust
across
me,
the
they're
board.
gonna bring it into your face and hope and
It's a
you
lot of
better not
guys.
put no
It's
hand
a
on
lot of
on them
guys
if
doing a
they
lot of
try
exposing
to
too.
try to use that against you.
And that's
And
why I said I'm happily retired from dating. I'm like, look, man, I don't need this headache in my.
I
Shoot.
agree.
if
Yeah.
if I
Right.
find the right one, God bless. I consider myself lucky. But
Huh.
man,
You
when what?
scared?
Yeah,
She
I'll
said,
be the first one to tell you. I operate off fear, and it's
nah.
not like, hey, I'm a coward. It's just like, I'd rather not deal with this.
I used to,
Would you
but
would
you
you
got to
would,
get over it.
would you call it fear or
Gotta
would you
get
just
over
call
it.
it caution?
Yeah, I
More
don't
No,
so
know.
just
I
caution.
fear.
definitely
It's
what you describing, Kevin. That's I wouldn't call that fear. I would find another because
Right.
fear implies something totally different from what you actually describing.
Yeah. Like a phobia kind of
Well,
like,
phobia is fear of something.
I
Phobia is
got
fear of
I'm
something. Yeah, but
right. I would
the
just say
reason why,
caution.
like the reason why I said fear is because like I said, I come to a point where I establish myself. Like I'm not rich or anything, but like the military provides some benefits, and I'm like, hey, if something get out, like say something domestic happened, like there was a domestic violence, I could lose my benefits off of accusations or whatever, and my life will be ruined. So I'm like, I'm in a good spot right now. I'd rather not ruin what I got.
Hmm.
That's just wisdom to me.
Right. But like you say, you're not retired from like I know you used the term retired, but you're not really retired from dating, right?
Medically retired, Air Force.
No, I'm just saying from dating.
Oh no, not from dating.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't prioritize it when it comes to dating because I'm in school, and
Right.
like I ain't gonna lie, these medical classes, some of them are kicking my ass, so I need to devote extra time.
Right. It's a lot
Like
of
don't
biology, right? Like a lot of biology.
biology, psychology, sociology, microbiology, pathology is it's a lot.
Man,
Right? Man, I can imagine. Like, man, that was one subject I didn't like because it's like, man, it's like learning the way natural
The
things work.
human body
Right.
anatomy.
We we
Right.
just we just had a test last week. It was only 50 questions, but they were like, yeah, this test composes of everything we learned the past 6 weeks. So they were like, recall week one. I was like, I don't remember something I
Right.
studied
You better have taken
5 weeks
some
ago.
good notes.
They're like, geez. Matter of fact, let me show you.
I'm getting stressed out just listening to you.
Got these right here on the side.
Huh.
Man,
I don't know how
Yes.
clear it is.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, like, we see writing on the page, we can't read it.
Yeah.
Huh.
mm,
Seems like you should
How
have taken more notes than
this
yeah.
this your
that.
first semester?
Yeah. October I start my clinicals, so we'll actually be in a physical
Okay.
setting. So
What are you looking at?
Yeah.
You're looking to become a nurse, like a registered nurse, or
yeah, BSN or the bachelor's registered nurse. I want to do
okay.
travel nursing. And either if I can't do travel nursing, either go into the ER, was it IT or something probably dermatology to fix my skin.
Oh, okay.
What was your first three classes?
Say again.
What was your classes? Did you have
Uh,
three?
anatomy. I had four. Um, it
Okay.
was an- it was
Anatomy, of
anat-
course. Of course, that's first every time. Human anatomy. What else?
human anatomy, psychology, math, and like cultural diversity.
Mm.
And then
I took those too. I just was like I don't want to be a nurse.
Hmm.
see,
I did human anatomy, humanities, English, math. I think I did about two semesters, and then like now, uh, I think it was human anatomy, like the fast pace that they do not give you enough time to catch up.
oh, oh, without a doubt, if you miss like 2 days, you already behind. Like
You
Mm.
fail.
it's insane. And then when our clinicals
Oh
start,
man,
they said you're allowed to miss one class, but if that one day you miss, that takes away 20% of your grade. If you miss two classes,
right?
you're kicked out of the program.
Jeez.
So,
Oh,
so
wow. Well, yeah, you
I'm
would think because, like, man, if you're gonna be operating on me, like, man, you better know what you're doing. Like,
yeah,
oh man, that particular
But
ailment, man, I missed that class. Nah.
yeah, but
no,
that's that's that's
I
pretty much
think
like the okay
you got to get about a 71%,
He
70
said Alpha
something. I
cannot have no
think it was
babies.
74,
one.
74
Huh?
or higher, 74 or higher.
74%. Okay, 74% or higher just to not fail. So yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
anything
That's
below
like
seventy-four is
that's still
failed.
like that's like a C minus, isn't it?
Yeah, but anything below 74, you failed and you
You,
kicked out of the program if
you
you
gotta
failed two
Right.
classes or
Yeah.
more.
take it
Yeah.
over.
If you're getting a D average, then yeah, you don't need to be going into that field, or you need to take it seriously.
Exactly. But I've been trying to get in nursing for the longest. There's a couple of factors that like kind of pissed me off, because I got a bachelor's degree in business management. Y'all can
Oh,
see
you
it.
Okay.
got BA? Like, man, I'm surprised you're not into
But
why you're not into business.
so that's the thing. As soon as I got the degree, I was in Georgia at the time. I applied for the jobs, and they were like, "Oh, you got a business degree? That's nice. Like, we don't care." They said, "We're looking for
Really?
someone with experience." I said, "Well, I'm
Man,
applying for an entry level position. Like, I'm here to get the experience." They're like,
right.
"No,
Wow.
we prefer someone with 2 to 3 years experience
2 to
already,
3 years
like in sales
experience
or
for an
marketing."
entry level position?
hmm And they were only paying
Wow.
$13 an hour.
That's
That makes no
crazy.
Wow.
sense. That makes no sense. Like you basically got to start from the bottom of the ladder to climb up it, right? Like,
That, that's what I thought. Like I applied for entry level positions at bank, sales management, marketing, got nothing. And then I was like, all right, cool. I'll just go back to firefighting because that's all I've done the past 12 years.
See, what you're supposed to do is go and volunteer. If you start
Yeah.
volunteering, that's
oh,
entry
but
level. So
right,
they
but
expect for you to they expect for you to get your experience free, and
But I
then you
done
be able to put that
you
on
better
your
have done
resume.
that. You
I,
better
I
have done
done
that
the
in honest because
volunteering.
as a young man trying to make it, like, man, working for free
I
ain't
know,
gonna
but
cut it.
this how they looking at it. I'm talking about how they look at it. It's like, listen, I volunteered for this job. You really want to be here because you volunteered. Now you're going to skip all the entry level people because this person volunteered, and you know most of them now because that's the job you're going to be able to go get hired for.
Wait,
But
and you
They
working
gonna
for
pull you in.
But how
what?
long is an internship for? Like, man, is it just like doing this? Like, because you could do it. Like, it would probably, or it'd probably be smart to do an internship. Like, if you're still like in your 11th or 12th grade year, and it's like during summertime where it's not interfering with school. But I mean, like, if you missed that, then and now you're 18 or like between like 18 to 21, it's like, man. And well, no, you got a bachelor's degree, so you got to at least be like in your early 20s. Like basically, man, like you're looking to work. You ain't trying to intern nowhere real quick. Like not for no year or anything,
That's crazy.
yeah,
right?
the
Are
education
you doing
system.
Sophia classes?
Say
Am I
again.
doing?
Sophia.
Mm-mm.
Okay, look into Sophia.
What is Sophia classes? I'm not.
Sophia, it basically help you do the nursing program way sooner than you would if you was doing it traditionally. You could
Oh,
say you pay $99. Yeah, you pay ninety
Or you could
nine
test
dollars
out.
a month, and basically you could take however many courses, which they are way easier than if you're going into the classroom. This is how a lot of people are basically going real quick into the nursing field.
yeah. I
That's
have
what
to
So
I'm
look
look
looking
up
to
into
take.
that.
Sophia.
Thank you.
Huh.
Like Sophia,
You're welcome.
SOFIA, SOFIA,
SOPHIA probably, right? SOPHIA.
Yeah.
SOPHIA. Is that an acronym for something or just Sophia,
No,
the
it's
name?
just the Sophia classes. It's basically an online program that when as soon as he go there he will see his school. They will ask you what school you in. Basically they send over your transcript directly
I can see why that would be
from
nasty.
them to them,
Huh. So
and you be
Yeah.
able
basically,
to
like,
Cause that
say you
probably
got a
had
math class.
etymology and
You can take
words
this math
like
class right in what
for
would
knowledge.
be 12
So
weeks
be
or
like
whatever. I don't
philosophy.
remember, but 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. You could take this math class on your time. You could take that
Let me
class
see if
in
I'm
two
right.
weeks. Now
Yeah.
you on to the next class, and it's saving you money because the $99 class that you're gonna spend $3,000 to take in
Mhm.
school,
For
you didn't took
wisdom.
it for $99.
Yep.
See
Wisdom
that's
knowledge.
where it gets weird because the
like, will he be
Sophia
doing that concurrently?
class, like, is it like regionally accredited courses?
Yes,
Because I know some schools they won't take the credit hours. Like if it didn't come from their specific program, they won't accept them even if you took the class. Because I had to
right.
take
So
my math class all over again.
that's why you got to see. Oh, when you go to Sophia, it will show you if your school will accept them or not, even before you waste your time.
Okay. Cool.
You type
Will he be
in
doing
the name.
Oh, I
I
was just
didn't
gonna
hear
say,
you.
will he be doing the Sophia classes concurrently with his regular curriculum, or
Yes,
basically,
yes.
or would he, or so that's that's like extra work upon, right?
He got to do the work anyway.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, just 4 classes alone ain't no joke. Hell,
Yeah, I bet.
So he
Monday,
have to do the classes anyway. The only thing is he gonna pay less money, so
yeah,
he gonna be able to keep money in his pocket. And what he would have been taking for a 2, 3, 4 year program, he gonna be able to knock it down.
Yeah. Well, he knows. He knows about the work because he got the experience from the bachelor's degree. But
Yeah,
he
but
currently
nobody want to
working now,
spend
though, right?
money that they don't have to spend, and it's more time. I'm telling him that he can, instead of that 6 week class he gonna be able to take in math, he could chop it down to 2 because it's on his time.
yeah. Because right now, each like these classes or each semester is about 3 months long. So my semester ends at the end of September. Then my clinical start in October. And
Right.
like I said, I can't miss a single class, otherwise, you're kicked out of the program. So you treat it like a real job.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got like once my clinical start, I will have like 2 more years
You
left.
turn the air
So it's
down.
like a 3 year
Right.
program.
Boy,
Why
Nick.
you
And
didn't
you're
want
online
to
right now.
why you didn't want to continue with
Why I'm Nick.
firefighting?
Why I'm Nick.
Some injuries like I'm missing cartilage in my knees. I got foot and back problems, and
Mhm.
then some of the stuff like this don't really count because I'm still going in the medical field. But the military like medically discharged me for like PTSD and some of my back problems. So I was like, let me lighten the load because our gear alone weighs about 60 pounds when we have the mask, the tank, and the whole gear on. And
Mhm.
then we're expected to carry a 200-pound person on top of that. So just wear and tear over time, nothing major. Um,
Mhm.
with nursing, the reason why I chose this is, like I said, the business management didn't work out. I tried
Mhm.
to go back to firefighting, and this was the biggest joke that they told me in Georgia. So last year in Georgia, in order to live, you needed to make about 42 to 44,000. That's just to live in Georgia.
Hmm.
I went to the fire department, passed all the tests. They're like, "We would love to have you." And I said, all right, I just got a couple of questions. I said, "Will any of my certifications count?" And they were like, "No, you got to start the program like everybody else all over." Now, I already been through the fire academy, um, and the DOD fire academy at that. Next, they said the school is going to be 18 months, and then there's a 2 year probationary period. And then if they choose to accept you and make you a permanent party, you have to wait 1 year to a year and a half before you're eligible for your first promotion. I said,
Oh
how much?
wow.
I said, how much would you be paying while I'm considered a trainee or a student? They said you'll be making about 33,000 annually. I was like, that's not enough to live. And then on top of that, you asked me to lock myself into like a 4 or 5 year program. So it's going to be about 4 or 5 years before I even break $40,000. By
Right.
then, who knows what inflation will be, how much the cost of living and everything will be. So I was
Right.
like, I'm not taking that deal, and especially since I've
Yeah.
already been through the fire academy. I said I out certify everyone here, and that's not bragging rights. It's what I
Right.
earned.
It's the truth.
And
Right.
I said, so my military experience don't matter. My past 12 years in firefighting don't matter. I got to start over from scratch. He was like, yeah. I was like, all right, keep the job. No disrespect, but it's not worth
Mhm.
my time because
Right. Right.
within those 2 years, like just going through the 18 months of training, I can
Mhm.
do the same for nursing and get paid almost double being a nurse than what you're offering me. Because the
Right.
starting salary for a nurse right now is between 68 and like 74,000.
Right. Right. I think, yeah. I think it's like 30. What, like $30? Nah. Or is it what, like $32 an hour?
Yeah, like anywhere from 28 to 32, just depending on
Oh.
the state.
Oh. Okay.
But
Yeah. Shit.
I was like, yeah, I can literally go to school for almost the same amount of time, like a little bit longer, and immediately make double what you just offered me. And then on top of that, firefighters, we work 24-hour shifts or 48
Right.
hour shifts. Nurses, they can choose to work two 16-hour shifts, three, 12-hour shifts, or like four 8-hour shifts. So I get the pick of the
Okay.
litter and I work less hours but get paid more. I was like, that's
Right.
an easy choice.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that nursing is easy. That's not what I'm saying at all. Nursing, I believe, will probably be harder.
Right.
But yeah, I was like,
Yeah, because
yeah,
like you
this is
had,
a
yeah,
no
you
brainer.
definitely had to deal with like patients, like, because like when I was in the hospital, like, man, I mean, like I was a good patient, like I was pretty easygoing, but like some people, I mean, like they going through their thing or whatnot, and it's like you get all kind of personalities that go up in there, and so like even because the last time when I was in there for about a month, and they had me like in the section next to this one cat that he was also pretty cool. I was glad that my roommate was pretty good, but like you get some people like this one guy, he be in a wheelchair. I mean, like he gets to like cussing out the nurses and stuff like that. Some of the people they gotta like strap him down because like a couple times like the roommate that I had, he couldn't even walk. Like he had like a liver disease
Oh,
and it basically affected his walking. But he would like get up out of bed, try to stand up, and like 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 thinking that he was gonna go to like a little convenience store or something to grab him some snacks or something. Like his mind wasn't all the way there. And so like man, like he'll get up and then he'll fall on his butt. And then so like he had to be one of the ones that was strapped down. And he was like, man, I just want to go. Like y'all keeping me here against my will and da da da. And so it's like they had to deal with him. And so it's like you're gonna get patients like that. Like basically they just be out their mind, they're gonna talk to you any kind of way. Like and it's like man, especially if you're gonna need something from them or need them to take their medicine or something, and then they like man, da, 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 da. Or if you get or if you got to like or if it's like feeding time or something, but the doctor says like, hey, this patient can't eat because we'll be working on them. Like, why
yeah,
am I not getting my breakfast? Da, da, da. Like trust me, I already know like nurses put up with a lot, and then
yeah,
it's like
I
just
think you kind of subject to that anytime you're dealing with occupations where you're being a public service, you
right.
kind of. I mean, I'm not in the medical field, but in my occupation, I deal with that same kind of element every day.
Yeah.
'Cause
And
I'm a
man,
service
and
technician.
pray, yeah, and pray that the next pandemic. I mean, like they'll be calling you
right.
hero, but shoot, like I mean, like you'll be on the first line. Like basically, if it stay like man, man, hope it's like another COVID outbreak. Just like not as unpredictable. Like
Yeah,
because I've heard of some nurses like basically if they caught it, you know what I'm saying, and then regardless of whatever age or whatnot, and basically it took them out.
yeah,
And so like man, like I mean like somebody has to be in those rooms, like caring for certain people or whatnot. So man, my hat's
Beauty,
off to
you
you,
better
brother.
wake up.
look, like
Like she look like she going to sleep.
I don't know how to say this, but like it's
I
like a
am not
risk
going to
versus
sleep.
reward,
Right.
and
The
and like
reward outweighs the risk, right? For you, the reward outweighs the risk.
in a sense, yes. And I
Yeah.
don't know if I'm mentally messed up because of it, but like I said, I spent time firefighting for like almost 12 years.
Mm,
Don't sleep at.
So part of that is in me. I'm like, hey, I want to help people. I want to help people.
right.
Um,
And that's the thing. That's the number one thing in that field. That basically you love people and want to help people.
And
but
see,
Like
Kevin, that's something that back to I guess what you were saying earlier about discipline. I commend you for being able to do that. I like
right,
being of service and stuff like that. And if I had the mental capacity to do the discipline and go to school like you, I would probably
right,
get in nursing too. But
huh?
I do not
And
have the
he had a
discipline.
lot of school and a lot
Yeah,
of training.
I do not have it. And in
Nah,
addition,
nah.
bro,
yeah,
I've been getting gray hairs. Like I said, these tests are kicking my ass. Y'all seen the notes? I have to take a
yeah.
look at those for at least 4 hours every day just to try to
Dang.
retain it. And this ain't even the clinical portion, but
Right.
what I'm hoping is I want to do something that means something because I'm not like y'all because I don't have my family yet. So there's nothing that takes priority as of right now. And for
Right.
me, like at least in my mindset as a man, I'm like, there's no way I can sit here and not do something. I need a purpose in life, if that makes sense.
Right. Right.
Yeah, yeah. I
It's the pride of life, basically.
Everybody's different, but I
Like you.
wonder I wonder if you'll find whenever you do have your family that all of the things that you're doing right now, they are important, but I think you'll probably find that what's most important in a relationship and with family is being there and being accessible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And,
Yeah. That's
all the
true.
prep work
True.
that you're making now is definitely a way head start. But ultimately, when you get in that situation, you'll find that accessibility is probably what's the most important component for you.
Right.
that that's what I'm hoping for, like the get I don't want to say get this out in the beginning, but with a travel nurse, once you have the experience, because they don't just let you do it, like you need 2 or 3 years experience. But once they feel you're comfortable or you have enough experience in that field, they have like 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, like all the way up to like 12-week contracts to where you go to a different state or you go to a different country, and they'll pay you like what I think, like San Antonio, Texas, for example, a RN in the ER room, they were going for about 2,800 to almost $3,000 a week,
Mm,
and that was for like a 12 or 13-week contract, and that didn't include overtime or anything.
mm,
But
They get a
that,
lot of that, huh?
that's how bad they're hurting for nurses, and what makes
Hmm.
it more inspiring, at least from my standpoint, is there's not a lot of male nurses. And with the statistics growing that like Americans are becoming heavier,
Hmm.
a lot of female nurses are starting to request male nurses just to help lift the patients.
Right.
So they need that strength. And I'm like, okay, I see a need, I see an opportunity, and I see that I'm also needed like in a field that's mostly dominated by women. So I salute the women because like they're intelligent as hell. Um,
Mm.
Now it's getting to a point where like the strength aspect is needed because patients are getting heavier. They're
Yeah.
looking for, like you said, those aggressive patients. So now they prefer some guys to handle the aggressive situations.
Right.
So,
mm,
I would
so
take
I'm,
aggressive because like the heavy aspect, the dude that was my roommate, like he was a big dude, and like I said, when he fell on the floor and like he couldn't walk, so they had to lift him up. One time they brought the lift in, but
hmm
I think too they got orderlies too. The orderlies help in that sense, don't they?
yeah, but you still gotta like be gentle because like you never know what injuries they have. The
Right.
slightest little
Yeah. They.
movement can ruin everything, especially like
Right.
spinal injuries. You make
Yeah.
one wrong move and your whole nerves are dead.
Right.
mm,
Because like
So
when he collapsed like a tree that just got chopped down. Like he
hmm
tried to stand up and he like hit. So they would have to X-ray him every time, which was
to see
also
if it's
frustrating.
further
Which is one
damage.
of the reasons why. Yeah. Which is one of the reasons they had to strap him to a spit.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I'm gonna
And
cut y'all loose
man.
for the night, y'all.
Oh,
All right.
okay. All right. Have a good night,
Good
Malcolm. It
night.
was good talking with you.
Good night, X. Yeah,
Likewise,
good talking
y'all.
to you.
I'll
Thanks for
talk to you
coming
later.
up.
Yes, ma'am. I'll talk to y'all
All
later.
right.
All right,
All
bro.
right.
Okay.
And I'm about to go soon too. It's like 2:22 in the morning.
Oh,
But
220.
Okay,
Oh,
it's
you're on the
122
east.
here.
Yeah. In
East
fact, yeah,
Coast.
because my phone, like, I'm trying to hang on like as much like with my phone, but my battery's like way low too. I didn't want. I was hoping I didn't want to just cut out on y'all in the middle of conversation.
Oh no, you good.
Right.
Look, I enjoyed myself. Thank y'all for the invite and having a serious conversation. This is the first one I
Oh,
had in
definitely.
years.
Huh? Man, trust me. Like that's what this play. I mean, a lot of times, like if we listen in and stuff, like we be joking. A lot of times we have good conversations. A lot of times, like usually, well, for the most part, it's us brothers talking. I don't know what the women be doing. unless it's like really an issue that they're strong in debating on, and then they'll chime in with that. But for the most part, like Gentleman's Corner, if you haven't met him, and Terry, if you haven't met him, you met Eric, and we both met Malku. So it's like, man, like all the brothers, like we all have a pretty good conversation and whatnot. Beauty, she likes to listen and take notes on what everybody is saying.
Beauty gonna weaponize
But
this. The next guy she talk to, she like, no.
right? That's why she be quick to fire up that line. She like, man, let me see what's in the mind of a man tonight. Like, but yeah, it's usually like this. It was a I would say it's a pleasure
Well,
chatting with you, and likewise with you too, Beauty, of course.
yeah.
It's a,
When you do chime in.
it's a pleasure meeting you. And like I said, thank you, because I don't
Likewise.
like.
Yeah.
I'm usually in the house either studying or watching TV when I get free time. I don't really
Oh,
interact with too many people, so I scroll
okay.
through live, and I'm
That's
just like,
most of us on here.
Well, shoot, just like and subscribe to Beauty's page. Make sure you turn on your
Right?
notification bell to all,
He
and
say
then
oh,
I
without a doubt,
challenge.
yeah, then whenever she goes live, and usually in the evening that she goes live, like the evening for some, which would be like the afternoon, because I'm on the West Coast. For me, then it's likely she'll announce that she wants to she'll announce to others that she wants to that she should start StreamYard, and when she does, then I mean, like usually I get a notification for it, and then like tonight, like even before I came on, like man, y'all was already talking on there, so I was like, let me jump in and stuff. So yeah, and then like for the most part, like conversations usually pretty much go like this, like we bring up, or we may joke about like some issues, like everyone talks about like the Vegas trip coming up, so we talk about that. But this it's usually cool, like I said, definitely amongst us brothers. Like we be sitting there talking and whatnot, and like, but I wouldn't say that you wouldn't deem any of it as nonsense. But yeah, it's always a pleasure. Like, trust me, this ain't my first live. Like, like man, I've been talking on a few of these. I missed maybe like a few of them, but for the most part, I talk on a lot of them too. So
dude, I know Beauty about to get a lot more guests. They heard 6'5", and they're like, oh, came up immediately.
what? Yeah, you 6'5", right, Cam?
hmm
Yeah, right,
So
man. Like
that's why I was
beauty.
laughing, because who's the other lady? I didn't catch her name, but she was in the chat. She was like, "What do you mean 6'5"? And she was like, "Came up."
Ask
And
Tilly.
Beauty was
Oh
like, "All right, I'm
yeah,
about to send you the link."
6'5"
yeah.
camera. Did you like that?
I think all the guys is tall. Like, cause I think GC like 5'10".
hmm
I think Terry or not. Eric is like 6'2", 6'5". That's like a small forward, right? Like
Yeah,
or a tall
well, that
shooting guard. Like man, you got like you're built like a basketball player or like a wide
unfortunately,
receiver.
man, but I'm
All right,
trying to fill out.
definitely basketball.
I'm trying to fill
Right.
out a little bit.
And I got tips on how to get your skin good.
Look, I'm
Oh yeah,
open.
she's beauty on the budget, right?
Look,
Right?
if
Obviously,
you
right?
if you can help me, I will really appreciate it, because all it is
Yeah.
like some people think like when they see it, it's a disease or something. But I got,
Mm-hmm.
you know what pseudofolliculitis is? It's just razor
Mm-mm.
bumps, basically. That's the medical terminology. So
Mm,
Okay.
basically, every time I shave, my hair curls up and it grows inside.
it grows inside. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I have to either get tweezers, pull them out,
Plug it
or
out.
like it'll get infected. So if I work out, I sweat or anything, all that bacteria gets caught.
Right.
But,
Right.
but I've been in
Yeah.
some situations where like I would talk to a girl and she'd be like, "Oh, what's that?" She was like, "You got a disease or something." I'm like, "Come on,
Yeah,
man."
that's just way shallow immature. I mean, like to where basically you just like
Yeah.
point something like that. Like I would never go to anybody,
It
whether
happened to
whether
me
if it
three
was
times.
obvious or not, and asking like, "Oh, what's that?"
It happened to
Right.
me three times, and it was almost embarrassing. Like one time was in Germany, so this girl thought I had what's that disease in Africa?
What, Ebola?
Yeah. She says this Ebola or something because I was in Germany and they get a lot of like immigrants that leave Africa or refugees. So she
Mm.
thought I was a refugee and she was like, "What is this? You got a disease, Ebola or something?" Someone else and here in the U.S. thought I had AIDS, and I was like, Come on." So
Really?
Wow.
that's where
Mostly,
like
I think that you have that because you picks at it. You got to stop picking at it. My sister
yeah
have skin like that, and I used to tell her, even my kids right now, when they get pimples and stuff, you're not supposed to touch it. It's
Right.
yeah
supposed to go away naturally,
yeah
Did anybody at least just
or
think it was
use
just
heavy
eczema or something? Wait, go ahead. My bad.
or
so
use
it's
heavy products. A lot of times, people with bad skin like to use a lot of products. You're not supposed to use those either.
that
It's
Do
too
you use
that's
many
products?
perfumes in them.
Huh.
that's what
Well,
I'm
you can.
finding out.
What about unscented products?
Um,
Unscented products.
Um,
so I can't use scented products at all because it has
Right.
alcohol and I got dry skin. So all it does is dry my
mhm.
skin and form cracks. So I would literally start cracking until it bleeds if I use alcohol based products.
Ooh.
Um, and then I can't use like high concentration chemical pills. It has to be like a mandelic or lactic acid, I think. And then they said I gotta hydrate, so I gotta constantly apply lotion like every 2 hours.
Right. Or like moisturizer at least, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. Shoot, man. Yeah. Definitely. Beauty can help you out with that area. like,
Right?
like me
Especially
personally.
because a lot of stuff be from what we eat. The
Yeah,
Mm.
skin
but
retains a lot of that sugar.
Yeah, from the
sugar.
inside, right?
I would say sugar is one of my weak points in terms of tea,
Shit.
but other than that, believe it or not, I eat extremely healthy.
Oh, okay.
So,
What you about to eat that salad? Uh, I ate that other salad that was in there. Nah, shoot, man, I ate the other one. It didn't have that much avocado, but oh, what you picked at it? uh, oh well, enjoy. Uh, but yeah, but yeah, like I said, man, like I said, it was good chopping it up with you. Like I
same
said,
brother.
hopefully catch you. Yeah, definitely catch you on the next one.
Hold on, let me subscribe before this thing go out.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Subscribe and then just set the notification, like your notification, like because I think it's automatically set on personal. Like you can set on you can set on all, then that way you get all the notifications.
Yeah, I'll keep out. I keep stay on the lookout for the next time she posts.
Oh, okay, for sure. Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
Sure,
y'all
sure. Yeah, she usually posts like every day. I'll be in Vegas for the next couple of days. So
enjoy.
if she does do StreamYard, I'm on. I probably won't even be able to join in at least for the next couple of days. Maybe that Monday, depending on what time I get back here. So,
You
but
going to Old Vegas or New Vegas?
um, well, I'll be at the end of the strip. So
Gotcha.
we might go downtown. We might go downtown, but like the hotel I'm staying at the Sahara is
Mhm.
like in the north end, like way at the north end by the what's that, the Strat. So
Gotcha.
they say like at the end of the strip, because like at the beginning of the strip is like what Mandalay Bay, and then like basically where Bellagio is like the center of the strip, and then but I'll be past all that like at the end of the strip. And usually like when I go, or it's not when I go, but when we like when I go with my family and stuff, like we usually just stay at the hotel, like do like some gambling or something.
Gotcha. Because
Yeah.
I've only
Hmm?
been once. I forgot. Me and my brother and his friend, we went to Vegas just like as a celebration as soon as I graduated.
Oh,
And
okay.
We went to what the baby concert or something.
Oh, okay.
Then just
Yeah,
gambled. So
yeah, man. As long as she had a good time, right?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, that's all. That's all Vegas is about. Like, well, you can find a little bit of everything that you want. Like, if you're into gambling, if you're into pool parties, if you're into the clubs, if you're into shows, like, man, they got it all right there. And
shoot,
so, like, that's what I was saying. Like even on here, like, um, a bunch of us was like basically like setting up a trip for March, this next for next year, like a meet and greet,
yeah,
and like we was all like basically like planning the trip Vegas like at the at the end of March. We'll see how it is like when it comes. That should be in like 7 months,
got you.
basically. Yeah, in the next 7 months. So it'll be like next year at the end.
I gotta
So
see because I gotta track my semester. So far
right.
it's been like every 3 months they give us like at the end of the semester about 7 days to 10 days off.
Oh, okay.
So if it falls
Yeah.
within that time, I may be able to make it. I don't know what the
Right.
schedule will look like.
Right. Even with myself, like basically, like I got for me, I had to see like how my monetary situation is because I actually I'm applying for disability, so like
Yep,
I had my interview with the judge. According to the lawyer, the interview went well. So, but until I get that official reward letter that actually says that that I'm entitled to compensation or whatnot,
see,
then that'll help me out for that.
mine took like 2 years, like the medical disability for the military,
Hmm.
because they medically retired me. And then the funny thing is, as soon as I got out, they're like, "Oh, we don't think you disabled." I'm like, "What?" And they fought me for
What?
2 years.
Oh,
Dead
dang.
serious. So I'm like, Jesus, man, that make no sense. You kick me
Right,
out for being disabled, and then you try to fight me so you don't have to pay me.
right,
So,
right. But probably because they was probably looking at your age, because I'm pretty sure if you was a lot older, then then they wouldn't have fought. But it's like, man, this is still a young man. But still, I mean, a disability is still a disability, regardless of what happens at any age. If it prevents financial financial gain in your life, then shoot, if you're entitled to it, you're entitled. Like the benefit I applied for, SSDI, the Social Security disability
mhm.
insurance. Like I
Yes,
worked for the city for the past for the city of LA for the past 15 years.
federal or
But
state level.
yeah, and so like with them taking taxes out or whatnot, I paid into it. So luckily I qualified for that because like with some jobs they don't, or if you didn't work enough, then that could disqualify you too. So luckily I qualified on that aspect, on that end of it. And so, but the disability that I have is like basically with my heart, I got like CHF, and
Got you.
like it's considered severe. And so like the on the medical end, like that's where I had the hearing with the judge, and she found like my heart condition to be severe.
Yeah,
And then I mean, like with me being 46, then I mean, like that would have been like the only thing they could have been like, oh well, you still got 4 more years, brother.
whatever
But
you do, keep all your paperwork, your emails, everything. Because I'm telling you, it's
yeah,
gonna be a battle.
right. No, I'm pretty much finished with it now. It's like now I'm just waiting for the award letter. Trust me, I've been dealing with this for like the past 2 years. This was like back in 2022, July of 2022.
I
Cause
believe
like the
it.
last time when I went into the hospital, I was like, this is like ridiculous. My dad, like, luckily, brought it up because I wouldn't have known. Like, if anything, I would have been like, man, how am I gonna go forward? You know what I'm saying? Trying to work with this condition, but he was the one that he's like, hey, you know what? You should consider applying for disability. And
Yep.
so I was like, you know what? No, I'll see. Like, let's see how that goes. But then, like when I first, because like when I first applied, I had a little interview and whatnot. They denied it, and then I went and got a lawyer, and then we did the appeal process, the reconsideration process. They denied it again, of course, and then this third
Yep.
process was the hearing. And so, like, basically, with the talking with the judge, like that, I could see where that went well. The lawyer, he was more excited after the interview than I was, because like the language that they talk, like basically in the court setting, is like something that they understood. It was like real fast, and basically talking in terms of like how they understood. Like, basically, I'm glad I had a lawyer there versus like me just trying to
Don't,
haggle with them and all that.
don't
Yeah,
explain anything to you. Let the lawyer talk for you. Unless you
exactly.
act like, unless you're asked directly by the judge, do
Right.
not say anything.
Exactly. And that man, that's just it. Like she called me out specifically. She asked me my name, my age, uh what was my onset of my disability
Disability.
according to the right, according to the paperwork, and when was the last day I worked. Now,
Yeah.
like anything that like only answered those questions, it was like four questions. I only answered them four questions. Like, man, I didn't. Oh, by the way, like dude, I didn't even do all that. Like, basically, so just for this, just given that the fact that that how they use the word, just for the simple fact that they had to substantiate my
Mhm.
disability, like you can tell that the interview went pretty well. So, but
Yeah.
like I said, until I get that the award letter from the SSA, then basically, like I'll just wait till then. And so, like, with the I was telling Billy, with the whole Vegas trip, like man, even I'll see what's up when, you know what I'm saying,
Shoot,
come March. Like,
shoot,
once I get that, once I get the award letter.
I pray for you because with everything, like depending on how this next election go and the policies they're putting in place, they're even trying to push back the retirement age from, what is it, 57 or 58 right now? They're trying to
Right.
push it to 60, like 2 years.
Is it
Um,
60?
yeah,
I heard different. Like, I heard like 65, even up to 70, I believe.
they're trying that got appealed, but in some states
Okay.
they're trying to push it to like 60, 65.
Oh
And
wow.
I'm like, wait, what? And
Right.
then they're changing the 401k for most jobs. Most jobs aren't trying to pay it. So
Hmm.
what they're trying to say is if you do 20 years or more, we'll try to price match you, but it don't start until you put those 20 years in first.
Right. And that,
So
man, and they're looking for long dedication on the job, but like people transfer jobs, like
that that's
um
why they're doing it. Like the younger generation, they don't stay
yeah,
more than like 2 or 3 years. Like they'll call up a new job after 2 years and be like, "Hey, this is what they offer me. If you can't match it, I'm out."
right. And so what are they never supposed to are they not supposed to
Retire.
have retirement benefits when they reach once they reach retirement age, but they're supposed to work their whole lives until they drop? Like,
Yeah.
that's not how it's supposed to work. But man,
So
hopefully it all works itself out.
dude, I'll be praying for you, brother. I know how hard that process is.
Right. Cool, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. But look, it was good talking with you too. And man, like I said, I'll catch y'all on the next one for sure.
All right. Y'all take
All
care and
right,
have a good night.
all right, Beauty.
All right, beauty.
She muted.
She ready to go to sleep.
Yeah. All right, Beauty. Have a good one.
All right.
Good
Good night, y'all.
night. Good night.
All right.
Good night. I got a question too for everybody out there. Did y'all have a good show? Was it good? Did y'all like it? Did y'all like it? Anyway, I had fun. Good night.